1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's go, chat.
And you better choose wisely. That's my high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's my high.
All right. Welcome back to day 125. Let's go. All right. Let's turn it down a little bit. Let's get the chill music on. Welcome back, everyone, to day 125. Let's get the chill music on. Welcome back. Today's gonna be a good one, guys. Today we have a lot of shipping to do. Let's go over a little bit. Let's look at the board real quick, and we'll go over basically what we're gonna be working on today. But let me pull this up. All right, there we go. Perfect. All right, what's up, everybody? So let's check out the board. So today we're gonna be doing a 4-hour stream. We may go a little bit longer than that, depending on how much we need to get done. But today we're gonna be deploying a lot of code to our AWS infrastructure. As you guys know, if you've been watching, we are going to be, yesterday we got to provision our dev infrastructure, and today I think that we may be able to provision our production infrastructure. Yesterday we were able to get all of our dev infrastructure provisioned, and we now have it up in the cloud, and it is working. So we should be able to now deploy the CloudFormation stack to production, but we'll see. I think that we'll have to just see how today goes. I do think that we're gonna need to get these seeders deployed. So check this out, guys. So seeders, what actually are seeders, and what are we gonna be working on in terms of seeders? Let's check it out. So I actually was working with this one here, and seeders here, like the reason that you need seeders is because you need to be able to seed things like roles. You need to be able to see things like test users and admin users. You need to be able to seed different skills, different prompts, because one thing that we're going to be also adding today is we're going to be adding basically like a skill library. You know, I think that one thing that's really important for BridgeMind is that we have a skill library, a prompt library that people can use where, hey, they can get an account on BridgeMind and they'll have access to skills and prompts that are pre-provisioned by admins where they can use. But with that being said, let me do a couple things to get the stream started, and then we'll dive right in. But here's what I was working on this morning off stream. Basically, it's the seed YAML file. So how this works is, if we pull this up here, this is a GitHub workflow where if I deploy to the dev branch and include the basically a GitHub label that has seed in it, it's going to deploy to the dev branch and it's going to seed the dev database. Same thing for the production database, okay? So once we get these seeders, that's the first goal of the list. That's what we're gonna knock out. The second thing is those BridgeMind skills. We also need to deploy our web application firewall, so we are going to have to make an update to the BridgeMind CloudFormation project. So CloudFormation, here's our CloudFormation project, and this is how we basically provision our AWS infrastructure via code using vibe coding. It's very simple to do, so we'll provision an AWS web application firewall, and we're also going to be doing 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. If we get to 350 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge, and we're going to hope that if we can ship to production, that would be absolutely fantastic. But with that being said, guys, let's move the desk down. Let's get started with the stream, and let's get into it. Chris Eddy, what's up? Droid Tech, what's up? Nikamu, what's up? Hips, what's up? Initial Code, what's up? How's it going? How's it going, guys? All right, let me ping the Discord real quick, and we'll get started. Okay, so this here, let's see. So I'm gonna have to add the label. Okay, I need to create a GitHub label for this. What exactly does the label need to be? Backstory Bites, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Okay, so let's go over here. And let's pull up Discord. And we are going to ping the Discord real quick. Give me just 1 second here. We'll get started. All right, what does it need to be? It needs to just be seed, right? Just include seed anywhere in your commit message. Okay. Oh, in the commit message? Oh, that's actually really nice. So rather than us having to add a label, we can instead do... Okay, that's actually perfect. Okay. So let's see if this works. What seeders do we currently have? Okay, let's see what seeders we currently have. I know we have a couple, but there's a couple that are also missing. But let me ping the Discord real quick and we'll get started. All right. So right now we just have a job seeder and then a user role seeder. So very simple. All right, there we go. I just pinged the Discord, so we'll see if people will come in. Okay, so to add a new seeder, register in the seeder runner. So one important thing that I want to understand with the seeders is how it actually tracks the seeds that have already been done. How does our system track the seeders that have already run? So very interested in, okay, like how do these seeders track, you know, when you're doing migrations, for example, it'll have a, you know, a migrations table where it'll be able to track the migrations that have run. So seed state is a table. You can see that it created, so seed state, so you have the ID, the seeder name, the date hash, the data hash, the record count, the environment, and the metadata. Okay, that actually looks good. Okay. Okay, great. Now that we have added this, make sure that you generate and run the migration so that we have added this seed state table respectively. All right, perfect. Also, I did get a chance to test Kimi K2.5. I don't know if you guys saw that video. Definitely not a good model. Will say I did see a comment from WDan. I don't know if he's around, but he basically was saying, hey, you know, the harness directly through, what is it, Moonshot AI is better than the cursor harness, but I was running into a lot of issues using Kimi K2.5 earlier this morning. It's just a little bit slow. It was hallucinating all over the place. Like for example, I gave it a like one task, right, and it hallucinated all over the place. And you know, and then I gave it to Gemini 3 Flash and was able to one-shot it in like just a few seconds. So, all right. Phantom, what's up? All right, I'm gonna start a poll real quick. We are doing a cold plunge at 350 likes. If you guys have already, make sure you like the video if you haven't already. And I'm also gonna link the Discord as well. Okay, so this here, to apply the migration to your database, I want you to run the migration, please. All right, so I'm gonna have it run the migration, and then I'm gonna also need to deploy this to the dev, and then we'll get started. Try Kimi K2.5 via bridge code. Yeah, I mean, I may try it in this stream. Let's just focus in a little bit using some of the frontier models, just because we got to get some things done. Let's move the desk back up and let's just lock in and get these seeders deployed. But a big thing also is like these skills. I do think that the skills have already been created now. If we go here, this was working on skills, so you can see API routes created. Okay, that looks great. So I now need to add this. I'm going to do BridgeMind web app here, and it should be able to add this relatively easily. I now need you to review the web app and integrate these new API routes in the functionality in Pages so that we integrate it into the web app. I also need you to update the admin portal so that admins are able to create skills respectively, and it integrates this new functionality. Okay, so let's do that as well. Invono, what's up? How's it going? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, BridgeMind, admin. Okay, so somebody just asked, what are we working on right now? So today we are working on shipping the Bridge MCP. So like I said yesterday, you know, we are hyper-focused on moving forward with getting this shipped into production. You know, my perspective on it is like, hey, you can build a bunch of stuff locally, but until you actually build your infrastructure and you build that pipeline to production, it really means nothing. I mean, that's not really the case. It doesn't mean nothing, but just like, hey, that's a big part of production and deployment is actually getting it deployed to your infrastructure. So that's, again, what we're gonna be focusing on today. We did provision our dev infrastructure yesterday, and then today, number 8 here, ship production. I think we could get to that today. That's what we're gonna be aiming for, is I think that we could get to shipping to production. I mean, once we finish this off with dev, I feel like we'll be good to go in production. It's just that I have to kind of think through, hey, I don't want to ship production and then have all these people signing up right away. So we may actually make it so that you have to spend $20 to create an account, just so we don't have a bunch of people that are like, you know, using the application right away. But we'll talk about that a little bit later in the stream. But I think that we could ship production today, so we'll see. Also, guys, the quote for today is visualize success and you will find it. You know, I was actually reading a book this morning, you know, and it's just talking about about, hey, the importance of being able to visualize and image success in thinking and having the confidence in yourself and what you're doing. It's very important to be successful. It's very important in whatever you're doing, whether it's your job, whether it's whatever projects you're working on, whatever you're doing in life. If you can visualize greatness, if you can visualize positivity and good outcomes, it literally, scientifically, will give you a better probability of success. So make sure you guys are visualizing success, because that's how you actually achieve success, is you first have to visualize it. All right, let's see here. Try OpenCode sometimes. I've used OpenCode. It's okay. I think that a lot of people are using it. There's some good things about it for sure. Okay, so let's go here, and I'm gonna add the BridgeMind CloudFormation project here, and I want you to review BridgeMind CloudFormation, and I want to create a web application firewall. I want you to review the existing CloudFormation project in complete depth to gain a full understanding of the project, and then I need you to create a structured plan for adding a web application firewall as well to our infrastructure with best practices and what that web application firewall should look like. Thanks, WDan. Appreciate it, man. Okay, Timeless, what's up, man? I missed a couple streams. All right, let's go. Abdul, what's up, man? How's it going? Okay, so here is Claude that's gonna run this. Then let's go over here. So here we have skills coming in. So I think this is gonna be a great way for people that maybe are a little bit like beginners to vibe coding, where, hey, they may want to set up some skills, they may want to set up some system prompts, and this will be a great way for us to add some value there as well, with skills and prompts for people that are a little bit more on the beginner side. But in terms of the MCP, I think that's where really the big value add is here, and what we're gonna be shipping immediately. Admin endpoints used. Okay, so let's actually launch. Let's go over here and let's go into localhost, and I think I'm already logged in. Let's see. No, I guess not. All right, BridgeMind apps. All right, perfect. Okay, Dan said, but even those get a lot of traffic. Okay, wait, Dan said the traffic is overloaded on the US-based aggregators like OpenRouter when there are new releases, so the experience isn't as polished as a direct API connection. That's a really good point. Here's what we did this morning. We made this a little bit better in terms of the styling. Welcome back, builder. Skills, so this is very simple. It looks like this is working. Let's try create that. This model is terrible. Let's just create a test one. Test. Okay, create skill. Okay, issue 500. Okay, let's fix this real quick. All right, this goes there, and then I'm just gonna grab this, and this will probably be able to one-shot. Fix this error that I got on this page. All right, then I'm gonna go back and give the feedback mechanism from skills. And I'm going to add BridgeMind web app. And I'm going to add BridgeMind API. And okay, that looks good. Okay, so these two are now working. Okay, let's see chat. Okay, Dan said Perplexity will add Kimi K2.5 to replace Kimi K2 soon, and I'm guessing Cursor will roll out a direct link as well. Yeah, I talked a little bit about that in the video. Like, they don't have the direct link as of yet, but I do think that direct link is obviously coming, just because, hey, they have the direct link for Kimi K2, so I'm just surprised that they haven't already added it. I don't know why they haven't already added it. Okay, this looks fine. Sanitize HTML. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's talk to Cursor real quick, and I'm gonna use the browser tab. And this is one of the best parts about using Cursor and about using the browser tab is this modal here. This one here. This looks terrible. Okay, this is not styled well. I'm not a fan of the styling. So let's drop in the div. I need you to review the styling for this modal when creating a skill. It does not look good. I do not like the styling of it. It's unprofessional. It has default scroll bars, and it just is not professional. It needs to be more compact, more modern, follow the theme better, and use ShadCN. Review and then update the styling accordingly. Okay, we'll see what, honestly, Opus 4.5 isn't that great at styling, so I'm gonna switch to Gemini 3 Pro just because Gemini 3 Pro is typically better at styling. Okay, let me check. Another thing, the database seeder. Okay, so this is the really cool part about the database seeder, and I actually like this better. So I had Opus 4.5, and I asked Opus 4.5 to put this in the, I asked it one thing and actually made it better. I've never done it this way before. So I'll just draw this, like, so when I'm pushing to dev, right? So I have a seeder, right? Let's say I'm seeding to dev. I used to have it so that there would be a PR label. And this is just an added step. Instead, if you guys look at the approach that Opus 4.5 took, instead of it being a PR label where I would have to go into GitHub and actually add that label on the pull request, it just said include seed anywhere in your commit message. And I like that way more because what that allows me to do is it allows me to be able to seed using AI rather than having to go into GitHub and add that step. So I like it a lot better. So for example, great work. I now need you to deploy these changes to the dev branch. I do not want you to run the seeder, so do not include seed in the commit message. Also, guys, we've got 254 people watching right now. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's do a quick sub check and see where we're at for the day. Let me see. I think we're about to pass 37,000, but we just passed 36,000. Let me check where we're at. Okay, we're at 36,659. So if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, I think that we could get to 37,000 on this stream, depending on how today goes. But 36,659, I think the goal for today, let's try to get to 37,000 on the stream. We'll see. I do have at least a 4-hour stream planned. We could go longer than that because I may want to ship production. But we'll see. We have a lot of environment variables to configure for our production environment. So we'll see how that goes. But let's go. Yeah, I'll share my playlist. Let me grab it and I'll drop it in the chat. Here's my playlist for anybody wondering. All right. Okay, so we did just run this. Perfect. And then I'll run the seeder after. Okay, this skill modal, it didn't really make that many improvements here. Okay, let's go back here. Let's go here. All right, let's zoom out just a little bit. I mean, did it even change anything? All right, test. Okay, so Claude Opus 4.5 was able to one-shot the fix there. I mean, it's doing modals, which is fine. That's just simple, right? So modals, skills, prompts, very simple. Skills, prompts, agents, very, very simple structure for us. And then obviously we have these projects where it's a task management MCP server, okay? So let's go over to dev and let's see, let's pull up our Claude Code agents and see what happened there. Yeah, so Nolgath just asked, do you know how to code? So yeah, so 3 years ago, I started learning how to code. I used Codecademy. I took like their full stack developer course and stuff like that. But then I saw that the direction that all of this was headed was that AI was going to completely change the space. So I decided that rather than basically just following your typical, like, oh, I'm going to be programming line by line, I decided to become a vibe coder. And while I have programming knowledge and coding knowledge, I think that it's far better to be using these AI tools and to be integrating them into their workflow. Okay, so let's go here, and I'm going to do BridgeMind. What I want to do is I want to do BridgeMind. Okay, BridgeMind CloudFormation, and I'm going to ask a very specific question here. I want you to review the BridgeMind CloudFormation project and review logic as it relates to secrets. Note that I am live streaming right now, and I need you to make sure that you do not expose any sensitive secrets or information in your output because I am streaming so people can see what you output. But note that I want to confirm that when I deploy to the dev branch, that the secrets that I have in SSM and in my task definitions will not be overridden with placeholders because of this CloudFormation repo. Like, for example, I want you to look at the logic associated with that because I've had that issue before where with CloudFormation, I had my SSM keys set, but CloudFormation, when I deployed it, it set them back to the placeholder values. Would you review this and conform and review the code and diagnose whether or not this is going to be an issue for us? Do not update any code. I'm just curious. Okay, I'm gonna switch it to ask just in case. So switch mode here, and I'm gonna switch this to, oh wait, hold up, whisper flow. Okay, there we go. All right, let's switch to ask, and I just wanna figure out if that's gonna be an issue. All right, let's go. What IDEs are you using? I'm using Warp and Cursor. Also, guys, let's knock out a 50 bomb. If you guys haven't already done any push-ups yet today, I think I did 25, but I won't even count them at the start of the stream. We're gonna do 500 push-ups today, and we're gonna do 100 pull-ups. So let's knock them out, guys. Let's go. Let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's go. 50 bomb. Let's go. Let's knock out some pull-ups too while this still works. All right, let's go, chat. All right, we have 301 people watching, and let's see here. We've only got 92 likes, guys. Let's get it to over 100 likes. Somebody said the Navy SEAL of Vibecoin. That's so funny. Okay, somebody said lovely form. All right, somebody said, oh, there was a good question in here. Oh, somebody asked, what do my meals usually consist of throughout the day? That's a good question. So, I mean, I eat very lightly, like smoothies, chicken rice. I'm a triathlete, so right now I'm training for an Ironman. And, you know, I just eat very healthy in general. I have a healthy lifestyle, so, like smoothies, lots of protein. Okay, let's see here. So you guys can see the danger zone will reset the placeholders. Okay, so do you guys see this? In this file, resources like Stripe free plan price ID parameter are defined as standard AWS SSM parameter resources with a hard-coded value. When you run deploy.sh, which runs AWS CloudFormation deploy, CloudFormation sees that the template defines the value as placeholder free price ID. If you have manually updated this value in the AWS console or via update secrets sh, CloudFormation detects drift or simply enforces the template state, resetting it back to the placeholder. So this is the problem that I wanted to, like before I deployed to the dev branch, you know, I don't want this being reset, so. Okay. So it says that my API keys and passwords are safe, but that these have these placeholders. Yeah. So I wonder what the solution for this is. Okay, so the secrets manager is smart. It checks if a secret exists and preserves it. And I remember when we built that logic, so that, you know, if the secret exists, it needs to not touch it. And then if the secret doesn't exist, it needs to create with a placeholder, right? Because in my API, if I don't have the secret set, it won't be able to start for some parameters, right? So SSM parameter store, the code is dumb. It enforces the value written in the YAML template. This will override your config. Okay, so I have a question. So in secret managers, this code is smart, but for the SSM parameter store, this code is dumb. How could I make it so that the SSM parameter store will have the same smart code as secrets manager, or is it not possible? Ship streamer mode? Yeah. Yeah, they really do need to do that. All right, somebody asked cursor or anti-gravity. I'm trying to start too. Yeah, I would definitely suggest cursor. I think that anti-gravity is a little bit early. You know, a lot of people use anti-gravity for the purpose that, you know, it's just it's free. You get like free AI from Google, and I do think there's a lot of potential with anti-gravity. But right now, I don't think it's the leader. So why would you use it if you have the finances or money to afford something a little bit better? But cursor is expensive, so I want you to update the header, remove system online, and just make it a little bit more compact and professional. It doesn't need systems online. Okay, let's see what this says. So the CloudFormation, you would replace your dumb resources with the smart custom resource in your SSM parameters YAML. So current, which is dumb. So you can see that this Stripe free plan price ID parameter is set, and the value is set to a hard-coded value. And really what there needs to be is there needs to be a check to see if it already exists, right? Help me understand the new smart code and what it's doing. Somebody asked for a skincare routine. I don't know if I'm the best person to be asking for a skincare routine. I used to have, like, I think I've mentioned this before, but I used to have terrible acne. I just had, you know, when I was growing up, I mean, I had like terrible acne. I mean, I think that when I was, you know, even Like, just a teenager, I would just have, like, literally hundreds of, like, zits. It was an awful experience. For anybody that has acne, you know, I definitely feel for you, because it's like, I think that, you know, skincare is important. I feel like, because, like, with skincare, it's frustrating because some people just genetically will have acne, right? And I was doing all these things, like washing my face and, you know, doing these, like, steroids that the doctors gave me for my acne, or antibiotics as well, and they just made it worse. And it just was hard because it was like, you know, you just have a little bit of that insecurity where you're like, hey, the first thing that people see is that you have a bunch of zits, right? And you know what's interesting is that I think that, like, through some of the hardest things like that experience, you know, like, you know, just having a lot of acne, it kind of grows you as a person, because it's like, oh, I have this thing that is not necessarily good, but I have to have confidence because I can't really help it, right? So that's, like, kind of a tangent, but it's just to go to say, like, you know, with skincare, I just, like, wash my face now. I don't have a huge problem. It goes down as you get older, but when I was younger, the acne was just a terrible experience. Okay, so the code here, the check steps. So first, the code calls AWS and asks, does this parameter already exist? And if so, what's inside it? The decision step, this is the magic part. It looks at the value it found and checks, is this a placeholder? If placeholder in current value, it is essentially distinguishing between junk data, values we don't care about, and real data, values you manually typed in. So the three possible outcomes. So if there's nothing, yeah, so you can see the logic here. It's missing completely. I need to create it so the app doesn't crash. And then here, the user hasn't touched it yet. I can safely update it. Okay. I feel like if it's already created, the only reason we even need placeholders in the first place is to add the variables, right? If they're missing. Okay, great work. I just turned on agent mode. I now need you to update the code with best practices. Okay, and we're going to use Opus 4.5 for this. I like CloudFormation. I've used it for a long time. Somebody just asked about the playlist. Let me drop it in. Okay. So this is updating that. That's going to be good. Let me go here. Did that header content? Okay, that header looks a little bit better. Okay, so let's pull up this real quick. The CloudFormation is done. The skills are done. One thing that I do need to do is with AWS, I had an issue a little bit earlier where for some reason my Amplify build was not building, but it looks like it did build. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, hold on here. Okay, this failed. Okay, download all logs. Okay, which one was it? It was, all right, let's see, chat. What star icon? Oh, this one? All right, let's use a better icon library. I want you to review the BridgeMind web app and come up with a better icon library. Yeah, I do use Amplify, Trip. Okay, so DB Newman said CDK writes the CloudFormation for you, but lets you use your app's config and language. Way better to do it in the way AWS architects now recommend. That's interesting. Okay, this is now running. CloudFormation secrets. Okay. So we are going to deploy that, and that's also going to launch this web application firewall. Let's go over here, and maybe we can add like some documentation here. Okay, review the code and provide me with a brief summary of what the web application firewall is protecting and what rules it has. Be very short and concise. All right, also guys, we are up to 36,677 subscribers. Today we're gonna aim for 37,000 subs. We're only a couple hundred away. I know we can do it. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. We can do this, guys. Okay, so this here is, okay, hero icons to lucid equivalence. Okay, that sounds good. Let's do it. Let's just try it. Refactor is really, really easy. Okay, let's go here. Let me make sure there's nothing sensitive. Okay, yeah, so this is the logic here that I just wanted to make sure that it was confirmed because I didn't want to deploy something that was going to reset all my secrets. So the first thing that it does, it checks to see if it exists, and if it contains a real value, it's going to preserve it, but if it contains a placeholder, it's going to update it. I mean, you could even argue that it doesn't even need to update it if it's a placeholder, right? It's not really needed. Yeah, no, Wayne. Yeah, I've done this plenty of times with CloudFormation. If you guys didn't know, you can easily vibe code AWS infrastructure using CloudFormation. I've done this, I don't know, probably over a dozen times at this point. So, you know, I think that it's interesting because people that haven't done it before may hate on it, right? They're like, oh, you know, it's not possible to do that. But yeah, it's possible. I've done it over a dozen times. So if you guys didn't know that, you can do that. Okay, that does look a little bit better. API keys, perfect. This is nice. Settings. Display names. Is this? I don't think that's even yeah, it's not even there is no display name. All right. We can add display name to, I don't know, do we want to add display names? I don't even feel like that's very important, so let's not even worry about it. Okay. Guys, we've got 295 people watching, only 142 likes. So if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's get up to 350. We're gonna do a cold plunge at 350 likes. Okay, let's fix this. Fix this. Okay, there is an issue that I have inside of the dev environment that I wanted to address. So let's go here. So it says this, right? It says BridgeMind is launching several products in its Vibe Coding Suite in February of 2026. So I'm curious as to why has this not updated? Oh, it's because, okay, I know why. Okay, the last 2 builds have failed. I can show this to you guys. So in Amplify, we have 2 builds that are failing. So what we're gonna do is we are going to download all the logs to figure out, okay, what's causing this to fail. And let's then fix it. So it's failing on the build step. Unable to clone repository due to error code 128. So let's figure out what that actually is real quick. And then can I just copy this and paste it in, right? Nice. Review this error code that I'm getting when deploying to AWS Amplify. Why is this happening? Would you review and fix it? Ooh. Hold on. So this is one nice thing about Whisper Flow, which I am going to be deploying Bridge Voice, but we're not, like I said, you know, we're hyper focusing right now. We don't want to be working on too many things at once because, you know, you'll just get sidetracked. It's better to work on one thing and actually get it done than work on a bunch of things. And I think that's one thing that we got a little bit caught up in. I'm working on a ton of different things at once, which can be good, but you need to have the vision forward and you need to be able to focus on one thing to actually make progress. So we're focusing on shipping today. I think that we're gonna get there. Okay, why is this happening? I'm also gonna get access to the BridgeMind AWS. You can use the CLI to be able to debug. I do not monetize the YouTube channel for somebody that just asked that question in chat. Also, shout out to Nicoms, you appreciate it, man. Okay, let's go over here and I want you to look at the different plan options. Right now, we do offer a free plan, and when users sign up, it defaults to the free plan. But I'm considering removing the option for the free plan because to get started, I only want paying users to be able to use the application. Would you review this and identify what we would need to do to make it so that we phase out this free plan and instead only offer the pro plan for $20 a month or $192 a year and update our sign up flow accordingly? First off, review the code, launch as many subagents as you need to gain an understanding of the database architecture of this, as well as the different environment variables associated with this and the front end sign up flow. And then what I need you to do is I need you to create a structured plan for refactoring this so that we use and offer only the pro plan. You will need to update the pricing page in the BridgeMind UI project, and you will also need to update the sign up flow. I still want to maintain the free plan. We will offer that, but we're not going to launch with the free plan. We're going to integrate the free plan later on, maybe next week. So we don't want to remove the code completely, but we do want to refactor it a little bit so that users can't sign up for free. Okay, that's my prompt. Okay, BridgeMind said, why don't you create a BridgeMind UI styling guide, MD, for agents to follow in the future when implementing new features or sections? So Kells just said that, and shout out to Kells because that's exactly what I'm doing. So if we go over here, Where is it? Styling guide should be in docs. Is it in docs? Probably in docs. Styling guide. So yeah, so here's my styling guide. So Kel's in the chat did just mention this, and yes, this is a best practice. Like, if you want to maintain styling, if you want to maintain the same styling, it's a good idea to be able to create a styling guide README. It's also good to create a skill from that, right? Like if I do skills, what you're gonna see is, where even is it? BridgeMind theme. So this BridgeMind theme actually integrates that. So it's good to create these READMEs, but then it's also good to create Claude Code skills. So if you're using Claude Code, make sure that you're creating skills. And also, if you're just trying to make sure that you maintain styling, also create a style guide. Very well said, Kels. All right, so let's go over to BridgeMind API, and let's do plan mode in Opus. And it may be good to go to Gemini 3 Pro. You know, Gemini 3 Pro is, like, if you think about it, it does have over 1 million in context, so sometimes it's just better to use Gemini 3 Pro, because if I'm reviewing, you know, 3 different code bases with Opus 4.5, you know, it just has a shorter context window, right? So it can be a little bit more difficult to use that. So we're just gonna do Gemini 3 Pro. All right, so let's use that. Give me 1 second to just make sure I don't expose anything sensitive here. Okay, reconnect the repository. Click reconnect repository. Why does it want me to reconnect the repository? That's so random. I didn't think that I did anything wrong here. Verify that ultimately YouTube. Okay, this cannot be fixed via CLI. You need to reconnect GitHub through the AWS console. Go to the AWS console. All right, let's see here. And click reconnect. Connect a new branch. I'm gonna do disconnect branch. Okay, we're gonna start disconnecting the branch and then adding it back. Add branch. Reload. Ooh, okay. Interesting. This is not good. Okay, reconnect repo. And I'm getting an error here. I don't know if this is an issue with, look at this. I was getting this issue when trying to reconnect, which is not fun. This is the issue that I'm getting. So there's an OAuth pop-up unexpectedly closed that I'm getting. Not sure exactly why this is happening. More inefficient prompts. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so one thing that I will say is shout out to Cursor, because as you guys know, I don't really take sponsors. I don't want to be like bought and paid for. I am a big fan of Cursor. They did give me $5,000 in credits, so I was appreciative of that. So it just allows me to be able to use them a little bit more, which is cool. Shout out to Eric from Cursor. Opus is decent with AWS infra, except when using advanced networking concepts. Example, today I refactored a GitLab fleeting runner with public-private x86 ARM runners with cross-comms, and it choked hard. Okay, let's go. What is it? What is this doing? Okay, so it's gonna switch that to, yeah, it's gonna phase out the free plan, just because when we ship, I don't want a bunch of people like coming on the platform immediately for free. We'll open up to paying users first if people want to sign up for free, right? And then, okay, this is down. Okay, which makes sense. I just did that. So, I mean, what we may want to do is, it's so annoying. AWS is choking hard right now. It's fine. Okay, let's move the desk up. Let's get the energy back. Okay. Alright, so it's creating a Stripe service. This is good. Alright, I do need to get this dev branch up and running, but I'm having an issue with Amplify right now. General settings. I think I'm gonna have to delete the app and just completely redeploy it, unfortunately. Okay, let's go over here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the BridgeMind AWS. I want you to use the CLI and go to this Amplify application and note the environment variables that are set in this application and keep them for reference. Okay. All right, paste that in. So that's going to list out my environment variables. And then I'm going to redeploy this. So let's go over here. And I'm going to delete this. All right, you guys can see this as it works. Okay, also we've got 326 people watching, only 180 likes. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Yes, I'm still working on View Creator. It's generating revenue, just not the main focus of the streams right now. Okay, I'm going to delete this app real quick, and then we'll relaunch. I think that we can ship today. All right, create app. All right, GitHub. Oh, wow, none of it's working. That's so annoying. What the heck? All right, so Amplify in general, I don't know if anybody else is using Amplify, but Amplify is, at least for me, not working right now. Maybe I can try launching an incognito window. That's very interesting. Okay, let me try launching an incognito window and seeing if that works differently. Or maybe I can try it on my other computer to see if that pop-up's getting blocked as well. But in Amplify, I'm getting an issue there. So yeah, 100% dark. All right, so I'm gonna go to the AWS console real quick. I'm gonna sign in. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to see if AWS will work on this monitor. I'm not sure what's going on with my other monitor, or if it's just an AWS issue, but when I'm trying to connect my GitHub branch, it's not working, so. Alright, GitHub. Okay, it worked this time. Alright. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm redeploying this. I am going to go back to over here and see, okay, with my AWS environment. Okay, perfect. Okay, great work. I actually had to deprovision that application, and I then launched a new Amplify app that is for the dev server. I now need you to update the environment variables with this application using the AWS CLI to set these environment variables accordingly. Here's the application. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure why that did not work initially, but this should work. I'm gonna let it deploy, and then we'll go here. Okay, the Stripe auth controller here, whitelisted. So we did just make it so that users can't, and this is just for launch purposes. There is going to be a free tier for people signing up for BridgeMind, but just to get started, we want to make it so that people, if they want to sign up, they're gonna have to go through the paid plan first. Let's update this so that it, hold on here, let's make sure that this isn't exposing a bunch of environment variables. Okay, cool. I need you to recenter this. Somebody asked if I tried remotion with Claude Code. I haven't yet. I'm going to. I also need you to improve the styling and also add the information in about skills, the Bridge MCP, and prompts, as well as agents in BridgeMind. Yeah, the Cinema Mata is back. Okay, so Tanthian just asked, should I use Sonnet 4.5 with 1 million context window via bridge code? Right now you can't use bridge code because it isn't launched, but you could do that, yes. Once we do launch. Okay, why did this fail? It failed. Hopefully it's just a build issue. Okay, perfect. Alright, let me get the logs. I want you to review the logs in Amplify and figure out why this failed. Review BridgeMind UI and then update the code so that it will work in Amplify. Here are the logs in Amplify of why it failed to build in Amplify. Update respectively. Is there a reason why you don't use any open source UI frameworks like ShadCN, for example? Yeah, so I actually do use ShadCN in this project. I am using ShadCN. Okay. So it's going to recenter this and restyle it just a little bit. So there it is, recentered, pro, yearly, start 7-day free trial. I am going to need to set up Stripe Radar as well as webhooks today. So, you know, what's interesting is that when you're actually getting a application completely provisioned and deployed to production, there's a whole lot that you have to do when actually getting it, you know, deployed. For example, your Stripe webhooks need to be set up. You need to launch your web application firewall. But let's knock out some push-ups, guys. We're only at 50, so let's knock out another. Let's drop a 40 bomb. All right, let's go, chat. We're up to 90. 90 on the push-ups. Let's go. All right, somebody just said the application looked good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Does Bridge Code provide Opus 4.5? Yes. Okay, let's see here. Amplify build features. Okay. Great work. I now want you to push the changes to the dev branch using Git. Okay, let's see here, chat. People say Cursor is more of a assistant AI than agentic. Is that true? No, because I mean you're managing agents here on the right. It's different than like CLI tools for sure. I'm using it a little bit more because, like with Claude, okay, like you guys are seeing me use Cursor a lot more recently, and like a big reason is because of like, hey, I mean, I got some credits, so that's nice. But then, you know, also, like, if you look at this, right, and you click slash commands, I have these slash commands that are actually, like, very, very useful. And I find Cursor, that it's easier to work in Cursor on AWS infrastructure than, like, Claude Code because of the UI. I was talking to a couple people in the co-working channel in Discord this morning, and just because I just mentioned that, like, if you guys didn't know, I'm pretty much in this co-working channel like a couple times a week before the streams, and there are some really cool people in this co-working channel that I've met, and they all have some really good ideas, and the conversations each morning are pretty interesting. So if you guys haven't already checked this out, I'm pretty much in this co-working channel before the streams each morning. I would definitely recommend that you guys join the BridgeMind Discord community and go check it out. All right, let's see here. There's a link in the chat as well as a description below. Actually, it doesn't look like there is one in the description. Let me add that real quick. Okay. I have pushed the fix to the dev branch of the BridgeMind UI repository. Perfect. And I did see it push, so it is building now. I'm now going to set the environment variables, so don't want to show this to you guys. I am going to use the CLI to redeploy that real quick. Okay, and then here's the one that was working on the offerings. Let me add the Discord to the description. Somebody said, is BridgeMind open source? No, BridgeMind is not open source. Okay, let's see here. All right, let me add the Discord link in the description, but there's also a link in the chat for the people that are live. All right, let's go. Perfect. Okay, it did build successfully. Perfect. Okay, so I do now need to add back in the, let's see here, the domain, custom domains. What is it? I think it's dev. Yeah. right, so this is what I'm doing. Dev. Add domain. All right, I'm using Route 53 for that as well. For anybody curious. Could you quickly show the CI and how it is getting deployed? Yeah, so the big initial deployment is done through CloudFormation. So you can see here, this CloudFormation project is what deploys everything. And then in each project, if you go into not the user interfaces, but in, for example, the API, you're gonna have a GitHub workflow here, and this GitHub workflow deploy API, right? This is hooked up with our AWS environment, and that's the CI/CD pipeline that whenever I push, for example, to specific branches, it's going to push and do specific things in AWS. It's very, very nice. All right, we'll do a 7-day free trial. All right, that's fine. All right, let me check. Okay, it did deploy. We just need to now configure this, and then we should be good. Okay, the AWS environment, perfect. Okay. Nice. All right, that looks good. Okay, so let's test this and see, am I able to, like when I click get started, let's just test a quick sign up here. So let's do BridgeMind apps, plus let's do 7. Okay. All right, so this is, okay, this is, the sign up failed. It's a 400, this kind of to be expected. All right, and now is where, I mean, we can probably pull up Warp now and fix this issue. API key, I think that's an API key issue. Yeah. Failed to set up subscription, please contact Drive support. I think it's a, if we even look at this, I think I did see the API key is not set. So let's set that API key real quick. Yeah, DB Newman just said something very, very true. He said Codex is producing decent quality code, but it's just too slow at the moment. They need to get their inference chips online. 100%. I mean, I think that they do have that deal with Cerebras, right? So hopefully they will be faster here soon. But in terms of, you know, Codex, a big problem with OpenAI and Codex in general is that it is just incredibly slow. So, you know, when you look at GPT at the model in general, it's not that slow of a model, but when you're using Codex, it's so slow, and it just makes it unusable in a lot of instances, right? So, I mean, I'm excited for GPT 5.3. I think that there's even like an 8% chance that it launches this week. I saw on Polymarket, but I don't think that, and I'm looking at my environment variables right now just to make sure that this gets set properly. So give me 1 second, and then, okay, I do have a price ID for this. That's interesting. All right. So let me do one thing real quick. Let's go back over to Claude Code, and let's just copy this 400 and see what caused it. Okay, hold on here. What is this? That's key. Oh, I know why. It's an expired API key that I'm using. All right, let me update the API key, and then we should be good. Also, let's do a quick sub check. We're up to 36,716. The goal for today is 37,000. I know that we can do it, guys. Let's go. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're up to 224 likes. At 350 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge. Okay. All right, let me go here. I need you to review the API from a security perspective and search for security vulnerabilities. Launch 5 sub-agents that will help with this task, and think deeply about the most common vulnerabilities and review to make sure that we're protected from the most common vulnerabilities, and then create this README file with the most up-to-date security review. Somebody said sign up is not working. Yes, signups are not open on BridgeMind.ai. As you guys know, we are provisioning our infrastructure right now, and we hope to get it deployed potentially before the end of this stream. We'll see though. It's kind of like the last goal on the list. Right now we're working on the dev infrastructure. I think that we should be good. I mean, I don't think that there's much else that we need to do, so we'll see. All right, I need to go to switch to sandbox, test mode. Okay, so let me configure this key real quick. Okay, so this now, I just updated my key, so this now should work. You know what I need to do? I need to build a Nightbot command to answer a lot of what am I building question a lot. I'll have to build a Nightbot command for it. Okay, let's try this again. Sign up. And it should launch okay, so it did go through that time, which is great, but did not launch a checkout session, which is fine. Here's my verification code. And then here's this checkout session. Okay, perfect. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, so check this out, guys. So, let's see if this works correctly. So here is Stripe. Put in the test card. Start trial, and then we do need that redirect back. Let's see, 7 days free. Should redirect us back to the dashboard. Let's see if it does. Okay, so it redirected us back here. So let's use a Claude Code instance. Actually, honestly, Cursor's really getting it done for me today. So let's go to Cursor. Okay, which one was actually working with this? Okay, it was this one here. So I'm gonna go back to the chat that was helping me work with that. After the checkout session, it's redirecting me here. I need you to update this because it should redirect me to the BridgeMind web app, not this page. I need you to review this and fix this. Review the redirect URL here and update it so that I get redirected to the BridgeMind web app, or maybe even a page that says, like some type of welcome page that has an onboarding process. What do you think is the best practice here? Let's actually do ask. Let's ask that. Let's not have it do any coding. Somebody's asking about Kimi K2.5 in the chat. Yeah, so I tried Kimi K2.5. I don't think it's that good. I did get a chance to try it. And I think that it just wasn't really reliable. I think that Dan was saying, hey, you know, you should probably be using direct from the provider, which is a really good point. Like, hey, the harness in Cursor is not going to be as useful as, let's say, the harness that you would have in, you know, like direct from Moonshot AI, right? So that makes sense. But this morning when I was using it, not only was the harness not great, but you know, it was more so, it was hallucinating all over the place. And with Kimi K2.5, I had like a very simple prompt, and what I was doing, like for example, I was using this, right? And I dropped in like some HTML, and I dropped in the HTML, and the HTML, like I gave it the prompt, and it should have been intuitive enough to know that the HTML that I dropped in was what I wanted to update, right? And it didn't do that at all. It was just weird. All right, welcome the user by name. So where is it redirecting now? Did it add an environment variable? All right, so it's gonna go to the web app URL, which is fine. Okay, web app URL. Okay. So that should be fixed now. We can try try with another sign up here. Okay, let's launch an agent real quick. Let's go here. I'm gonna drop in this. I do not want to display the user's name or their email in the UI. Somebody's asked, what coding languages did you learn? The best coding language right now is English. Everybody can use it. It's amazing. Oh, sorry, you guys didn't even see my screen there for a second. But in general, TypeScript is, what I'm using. All right, let's move the desk up and let's knock out some push-ups and some pull-ups, guys. Let's go. If you guys haven't already done them with me, why not? I'm doing 500 of them today. 500 push-ups, 100 pull-ups. It's just a great way to stay active. I mean, everybody, I see a lot of comments about, the fact that I'm on like stimulants and stuff, and I'm not. It's just, I think if you stay active, you do your push-ups, you do your pull-ups, you get the blood flowing. It just gives you a lot more energy, and it's very nice. Let's knock them out. I just hit 35. We're up to 125. Let's go. Okay. Let's hide this. Would you just remove this section in general? Yeah, I don't even like this. Okay. Let's go to dev. Alright, this is good now. Nice. I have not tried the Gemini CLI, no. Why is this on the sign up page? Why does it take so long to load? Why is it not launching a new agent? There we go. On the sign up page, why is this weird loading effect? It loads and it shows me a loading bar for maybe like 2 or 3 seconds before showing me the UI. It should immediately show me the UI. I don't know what's causing this. Oh no, not that stupid 403 again. No way am I getting that 403. Oh my gosh. There's no way. Did Claude do that? I think Claude may have done that. To update any code. Okay, hold on here, guys. So this is an issue that we were having yesterday that I just got, like, basically again, randomly. I think this is a great opportunity for us to... Oh, the reason it's doing that is it's checking to see if I'm signed in, is what it is. It checks to see if I'm signed in for a second. Okay. Yeah, it's checking to see if I'm signed in. So it says is checking. Yeah, that should be a background task, yeah. Yeah, 100%. Somebody asked if I can turn the music down just a little bit so they can hear better. Yeah, I just turned it down just a little bit. I know a lot of people like the music, so let me know how everybody's feeling about the music volume. Okay, so this eliminates the weird loading effect. It makes the sign-up page feel instant. Perfect. Let's launch another agent. Which one was working on the... Yeah. Would you add a sign-out button in settings page as well as in the sidebar? All right, somebody said good now. Okay, thank you. Let's go, Ryan. All right, also, guys, we've got 327 people watching, only 249 likes. If you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are up to 36,723 subscribers. The goal today is 37,000. I think that we can get there. Let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the Discord community. There's a lot of you guys today, so let me give a quick shout out to new members. Shout out to Null Void. Shout out to Pirate. Shout out to Clap. Shout out to ISL Wave. Shout out to Inom. Shout out to James. Shout out to Vertigo. Shout out to Orbit 59. Shout out to the man himself. Welcome to the BridgeMind community. I'm happy that you're here. All right, this looks good. That'll be good. So I can sign out now. All right, let's sign out. And then what I want to go back to start building. And then what I'll do is on this page, there should be some reference. I do not use SpecKit or BMAD. I think that in a lot of cases, it's better to be able to build and iterate quickly. You know, as the AI models get better, it will become increasingly more so and more important to be able to like really structure everything that you're doing, right? So, hey, if a model can literally do anything in one shot, it's going to become increasingly important for you to be able to like write the specs more and more, right? But in a lot of cases, even if you write perfect specs, it's not going to be able to one-shot it, right? So my approach to vibe coding is that you build very quickly and then you iterate very quickly, because for most cases, you know, it's very similar to software development in general, which is, hey, you're not going to get it right on the first time. You're going to get met with a bunch of bugs. You're going to get met with a bunch of issues. Like, if people think that vibe coding is just some magic wand that you can wave around and everything's going to be right, then, you know, your thinking definitely is wrong, okay? But if you do approach it in like, okay, I'm going to be working on this and I'm going to iterate and I'm going to be able to, you know, figure this out over time, then I think that your thinking is right. Let's launch Codex for a second here, and I do want to paste this in. I am getting, hold on, what did the music just switched up on me? Let's, we just switched to like some depressing music or something. I don't know what's up with this. All right, hold up here. All right, there we go. All right, I am getting 403 errors on all of my requests in the BridgeMind web app. Why is this happening? I don't know what we updated, but this was not happening a minute ago. It's something related to CSRF. Review, pinpoint exactly what is causing this and fix it. I am authenticated, so I shouldn't be getting 403s with CSRF issues. Figure out what is causing this and then update it respectively. All right, so the BridgeMind web app. And Codex was able to solve this in one shot. Is it on extra high? Perfect. Yeah, I mean, this GPT-5.2 Codex extra high model is actually pretty good. All right, right now we're working on shipping our AWS infrastructure. There's a couple things that we're doing in the process of this, so bear with me. I think that we'll get it here in a second. Okay, is this now working? Let's see. Okay, let's ship this. Which one was it? It was this. I now need you to run npm run build, fix any build errors, and push to the dev branch. I now need you to run npm run build, fix any build errors, and push to the dev branch. Yeah, Tanthian said select thinking extra high. You will see the magic. 100%. Yes. Yeah, Codex extra high is very, very good. Let's also knock out some push-ups, guys. We're at 125. We got to do 500. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be back. I'm like the Flash, guys. Let's go. Somebody asked, is this still the dev infra? Well, we're solving like multiple problems at once. So like now that we have the dev infra provisioned, we're ready to ship to production. So it's number 8 on our goal list today, ship production. I think that we can do it. It just depends on how long I stream. Codex is so bad. So annoying. Alright, there we go. You know what it is? That's a subscription required issue. Ah. I got it. It's a subscription required issue. So do you guys see this? Here, let me show this to you guys. So the reason we start getting all these 403s is because it's subscription required. Yeah, the terminal's Claude code. All right, somebody asked about having the multiple agents running at once. Doesn't that lower the quality? I tried it yesterday and noticed the struggle to complete things can keep context. Yeah, you launch multiple at once. So this is the issue, subscription required. And the reason that we're getting this is because there's a local record in the database that needs to be created that doesn't get created when we're testing locally because we weren't listening. We didn't have the webhooks listening locally. So let's do that real quick. Let's drop in the BridgeMind API. I need you to review the API and review the Stripe webhook endpoint and help me understand how I need to configure my webhook and to make sure that I have my webhook set up successfully. Review this in complete depth and provide me with a brief and concise summary of the webhook that we have, what events it's listening for, and instructions on what the URL of that endpoint actually is, both locally in development and in production. Okay. Also, one issue that we're gonna end up running into is in production, we're gonna have some IPs that we're gonna need to open up from Stripe to actually accept webhooks. Yeah, the agents don't override each other too much as long as you launch them in separate tasks, right? That's really up to you. It's a skill thing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so here's what it's saying. Honestly, you know what I need to do? I need to save this command. So I'm gonna do slash, and I'm gonna do create. Hold on, actually I think it's just at the bottom. Create command. I'm gonna call this Stripe webhook listener. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. And this is the listener that will forward it locally, okay? Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back over to Warp here. And I'm gonna have to hide my screen just for a second so I can log into my Stripe account, authenticate it, because the first thing you need to do is you need to authenticate, and then you can process that. So let me do Stripe login real quick. Okay. Let me verify. Make sure you check the description, guys. I answer a lot of the same questions, so for people that ask, like, what are we making? I have slash commands and stuff like that. Also, there's information in the description below if you guys want to learn more. I just get asked, like, the same set of questions a lot, so the best way to do is just to check the description. Or join the Discord as well. Okay, let me find this Stripe here, and then we'll be good. Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay, this is now listening. So now, if we go here, and we go back here, and we go to sign up, I don't think I'm signed in. Alright, so now this should be able to create that subscription record in my database. It needed the webhooks set up to be able to listen. so they can create the record in the local database, which will stop that 403. Let's see if this works. Go to agents. Okay. Test. I don't think it's working. All right, so I'm still getting a subscription required, so let's actually pull up PG Admin. And PG Admin... NS, what's up, man? All right. All right, let's go here. Alright, it's this table here. Okay. So I want to show this to you guys so you guys learn how this works, okay? So this here is webhooks, and you can see that it did receive the webhooks. No, I don't make money off of YouTube, for anybody wondering. You can do an exclamation point revenue if you want to learn how where revenue comes from. Okay, so you can see that it customer subscription created, invoice finalized, invoice paid. But what happened over here? Because I never saw any of those actually come through. Let's see, let's debug this. So the webhooks are definitely working. So let's use Claude Code for this. Or honestly, I think that cursor is really doing the job for us here because we have a couple conversations open about this. So let's go here. I want you to review this in depth and note that the webhooks do appear to be firing. I am listening locally and they are firing, but when I signed up, the subscription record was not created in the database. Why did this happen? Here are the logs from the Nest API as I signed up. Figure out what caused this and why it did not set and create the user subscription record accordingly. That's weird. I mean, webhooks are firing for sure, so should be able to get this working. Okay, let's see if this deployed as well. Nice. All right, this is good. Perfect. Okay, so somebody in the chat just asked about the Vibathon. So yeah, so just as a brief reminder, so the BridgeMind Vibathon, you can learn more about it at BridgeMind.ai. But to enter the Vibathon, the submissions are going to open here soon, probably on February 1st. But this event stems from February 1st to February 14th. There are going to be 3 winners, $5,000 in total prizes. First place is going to win $2,500. Second place is going to win $1,500. Third place is going to win $1,000. Top winners are going to be invited to the BridgeMind live stream to demo their projects, discuss the future of agentic development, and share their stories. The task is to create an open source tool that solves a real problem for vibe coders. This could be things from MCPs to CLI tools to extensions, anything that makes builders more powerful. All you have to do to submit is go to BridgeMind.ai and submit your project here. And winners will be decided by a community vote. So make sure you join the BridgeMind Discord if you haven't already. This is going to be a really, really exciting time and an exciting event for our community. So really excited for that, guys. Make sure you sign up once they're open, or if you're interested in enrolling, make sure you get started on whatever project you're going to be working on. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay. All right, this is fixing this. All right. Let's try this again. Sign out. Start building. Somebody just asked, what is the name of the app that I'm using for dictation? Well, soon I'm going to be releasing Bridge Voice, which is going to be a vibe coding tool in our suite of vibe coding tool products. But currently I use Whisperflow before we get that off the ground. Okay, I think this is working now. Ugh, no. What the heck? Well, instead of it just throwing this error, there should be some type of a modal that comes up. First of all, I just went through the sign-up process and I'm still getting this issue. Second of all, instead of this just throwing a 403 error and failing silently, it should be able to display a user interface that shows the user that a subscription is required. It should be a modal. Review this and fix this so that this is updated and not just an error that gets thrown. It needs to have a better UI. Okay. Let me figure out what's going on here. I mean, I'm seeing the events fire, so curious as to why this still isn't working. Yeah, you know what's interesting is that, you know, vibe coding and agentic coding has evolved so rapidly in the past 3 months that, like, for example, when I started doing this 124 days ago, the models weren't as good, right? So vibe coding wasn't as prevalent. But the thing is now is it's like if you're somebody that's saying, like, learn how to code or, you know, like hating on vibe coding, it's just funny because the future of software development is very, very obvious that it's in agentic development at this point. So DB Newman, that's actually a good question. He just asked, any reason you're still using passwords? General guidance is to avoid them now in favor of magic links, passwordless, passkeys, federation. That is true. Yeah, I mean, I'm using Cognito, so very simple to be able to integrate passwords. If you're familiar with AWS Cognito, it's just nice. So I think a lot of people still do like usernames and passwords, but a lot of people will prefer like providers such as, you know, Google or Apple. Yeah, Gemini does have a high hallucination rate for sure. We may want to change that right now, to your point. I mean, we did get this, though, which is good. The styling of that's terrible. All right, let's switch over to Opus 4.5. Okay, well, back to the issue that we're having with the subscription record not being created on sign up and the webhooks not working correctly. What is going on? Would you review the BridgeMind API and confirm what the URL and the path to the webhooks actually are? Make sure that you check the main.ts file to check to confirm what the actual endpoint of the webhook is. Somebody asked, is Lovable a good option to start with? I think that a lot of people are using Lovable to get started if you have like very minimal knowledge. I think the way that you want to go is you do want to go and move into like Cursor or Claude Code or one of these better vibe coding tools just so you're a little bit more hands-on. But in terms of a good place to get started, I think that Lovable can be a good place to start, yes, if you're a beginner. That's interesting. DB Newman said that they took the Canva approach, converted all our password users to passwordless, and present federation first. From an enterprise point of view, it's one less attack vector. Yeah, it's very true. All right, looking at your webhook logs, I noticed checkout session is not in the list of events being received. You're receiving... okay. That's interesting. So we're missing an event. So I'm going to go check out this... can I edit the webhook? Events. I don't think it's listening to a very important event. So we're gonna have to add this event, edit destination. Okay, so check this out, guys. I can show this. So this is like a Stripe webhook, for example. So check this out. So this is the webhook that we've set up and configured. So you can see some of the selected events that we're listening for, right? So here they are. And yeah, you can see, I mean, here it is, checkout session completed. So we are listening for this event, but it looks like our code wasn't listening for it. So that's what Opus 4.5 found. And who said it in the chat? They were just like, hey, get off Google Gemini Pro. That's very well said. How exactly are you using Codex, Claude, and Cursor right now? I see you switching between all of this. Could you just give a brief on your workflow? Yeah, I was actually talking to somebody in the Discord this morning in co-working, and they were asking, hey, like, could you release a video on your workflow here soon? And I think it's cool, like, you know, for those of you that watch, I don't perceive I'm not a content creator. I don't want to be a content creator. So sometimes it can be a little bit difficult for me to do like content creator things, like, you know, create like workflow videos, but I try my best to be able to find a good balance of, you know, being able to, basically help you guys out in any way that I can. You know, I do not monetize my channel, so it's just, you know, I try, like, if you guys want me to make that video, I can. I'll, you know, put some time aside in the morning and make it, so just let me know. But that does seem like a highly requested video that people want to see, is like breaking down my vibe coding workflow from end to end or something, I don't know. But let me know in the chat what you guys want, and I'll try and come through for y'all. Okay, maybe later, sign out. All right, let's see if this works. BridgeMind, apps. Okay. All right, let's go. Oh my gosh. All right, so it's still not working. Okay, why are we not receiving any? It is still not working. I want you to write a handoff prompt that I can copy and paste into GPT 5.2 Codex. Write the handoff prompt completely to explain exactly what is happening. Review the latest logs. As you can see, the webhook events did fire, but it still did not create the subscription in my local database. Okay, somebody said yes, we need it. Somebody said a video would be great, but honestly, just looking to listen from you right now and to get an understanding. Yeah. Whisperflow is so great. Not. Okay. I'm gonna drop all this in, and then I'm also gonna drop the Stripe. I mean, they are firing, so it's like. So a handoff prompt is sometimes good. Like, somebody did just ask me a minute ago. They asked, hey, you know, how do you decide when to switch in between, like, you know, Cursor or Codex or Claude Code? And how I do it is, it's very simple. You know, if I'm working in a conversation that's struggling to solve an issue, like, for the most part, with the tools that we have today, you can solve these issues, right? It's very hard to find, you know, a bug or a problem that cannot be solved with AI. You know, if you're building and iterating. So what I'm going to do here, this is not working, right? I can't get this working. So I'm going to do here is I'm going to open up a Codex window, and I'm now going to pass a handoff prompt from Cursor, which was using Gemini 3 Pro and Opus 4.5, and I'm going to hand that off to Codex. And Codex is going to work like for a very long time and probably be able to one-shot it. So this is outputting a handoff prompt. We'll grab this with a complete handoff, and then we'll input this into Codex, and hopefully it'll solve this issue. All right, perfect. All right, so we're gonna pull up Codex now. Here it is. Input this and submit it. And I do think this will be able to solve it, so. All right. let's move the desk up. Let's knock out some push-ups and some pull-ups. We are currently at 155 push-ups, only 10 pull-ups, so we got to get active. If you guys haven't already done them with me, why not do them? I'm telling you guys, if you do push-ups while you're working, it jacks your energy up. You also get jacked. I mean, I was like jumping in the shower. I have 3 older brothers, and my brothers were like, "Dude, you are looking like what are you doing?" And I was like, "Dude, I'm doing push-ups on stream." And they were like, "All right." They're like, "Respect, man." The styling of this is not on theme. Remove the gradient, update the styling to be modern, follow the theme, and just make it more professional. Use the BridgeMind logo. Also explain the different features in the Pro plan. Okay, what is this doing? All right, let's knock out some push-ups. Let's go. All right, guys, 30 bomb. Also, all right, it does look like we just hit 350 likes. So you know what that means. Time for a cold plunge. Fix the checkout session by only allowing. Okay, Codex already finished. Hold on. Okay, that does look better. You did not include the BridgeMind logo. Try again. Okay, so Codex did finish here, which is actually pretty quick because I had it on extra high. We're going to do a cold plunge here in a second, but let's test this to see, did this fix our issue? Let's sign out. Let's start building. All right. Ooh. Okay, resend code. Okay. Oops. What the heck? That definitely is the code that I had. Yeah, we're about to do a cold plunge here in a second, guys. Thank you for getting to 350 likes. Let's go. But what is up with this? What would this have broken? Ooh. Review these errors that I'm now getting. What is this? What is causing this? All of a sudden, I started getting these issues. Review the code in complete depth and pinpoint exactly what is causing some of these issues and fix them. Okay, it is time for a cold plunge. We're gonna submit this and let it work. This will probably work for a little bit just to solve this issue. But let me get everything set up for a cold plunge. As you guys know, we do these on most of the streams. Let me do. All right. Take these off. All right, guys, I'm gonna go put my swim trunks on, and we're gonna do a cold plunge. Let's go. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Let's go. What happened? We good? All right, we'll test this when we get back. For now, let's go. All right, this is the POV of the setup, guys. This is POV. POV. Let's go. Alright, are we good, chat? Let me, pull this up. I'll pull the chat up. Alright, here's my office down here. I did move the monitor back upstairs. I think a couple of you guys noticed that. But here's my office. Book reveal, bookshelf. Pretty chill. All right. Cold plunge time. Let's go. All right, so here's my cold plunge. I think it's it is like negative out right now, so it's freezing in here. And then the cold plunge is at 46 degrees, which is pretty cold. Let's get it set up though, guys. Let's go. All right, I'm just gonna check the stream real quick to make sure everything is good, and then we'll get started. Let's go. All right, I think we're good. All right, chat, we go for 2 minutes is how long we go for, so it is like freezing in here, but that's all right. All right, let's get it. Set a timer for 2 minutes. Woo! 2 minutes. All right, we did it. Let's go. Woo! That's freezing. That's so funny. All right. All right, let's get back to grinding, guys. Let's go. Re-energized and ready to get back to grinding. Yeah, imagine 48 degrees. Oh my gosh. Woo! Let's go, chat. Let's get back to the grind. I don't know. We could end up playing piano today. Who knows? Could end up playing piano. Maybe at like 700 likes. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. We have a lot on our to-do list today. Back to the grind. Let's move this up. All right, guys. That was the first half of the stream. We're going to get back to grinding. I'm going to go get dry real quick, and then let's get back to it. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. We're back. All right, guys, who's ready to grind? Let's go. Okay, what's up, chat? What's up, what's up, what's up? We're back. Let's get back to grinding. Okay, so Codex was working here for us, and what I want to see is, are we still having this issue that we had just a second ago with verification? Or, let's see here, start building. Okay, we have an issue with verification, but let's sign out and let's start the build process over again, or the sign up process over again. Let's see here. Okay. Alright, let's see. Last time we didn't get the verification email for some reason. Okay. Still didn't get it. When I initially sign up, I am not receiving the verification code. Why is this happening? Review the code. Something that you updated in this conversation impacted this functionality. Alright guys, we are currently at 400 likes. We are going to set a new like goal. Let's see here. Right now we had 350 likes for Cold Plunge. We have a new like goal. The like goal equals, let's get to 500 likes, guys. 500 likes, let's go. Alright, also let's launch a couple more Codex instances. I probably am going to get the ChatGPT Pro plan again today. I think it's worth it again. I mean, extra high. It'll be working for a long time, but it actually is pretty good. So, let me see here. All right, I'm going to end this poll. We hit 350 likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, somebody said piano. Alright, if we get to like 750, we'll do piano, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we can get to 500 first. 700 likes for piano. Let's get to 500 first, and we'll see if we can get there. But yeah, if we get to like 750, we can do that. Alright, let's go. Okay. Great work. I need you to make sure that the Stripe IP addresses are properly whitelisted for our IP address blocks. I need you to search the internet and find the official Stripe IP addresses. This is needed for our webhooks to be sent and processed successfully. Have an agent that searches the internet and identifies what the correct Stripe IP addresses are, and then update accordingly. Everybody says 750 likes is piano. Okay, 750 likes is for the piano. Right now, the like goal is 500, though. We'll see. Okay. So just gonna do a web search real quick. Okay. How are Codex instances doing? Alright, let me set up the FBI cam real quick so we can keep doing push-ups and stuff. I'll be right back. Alright, let's go. Alright, did make some changes. Alright, what was wrong in the first place? What's actually happening? So the post auth signup and post both call auth server signup. The local service user is created first, then Cognito signup is called to send the verification code. If Cognito returns username exists exception, your code logs a warning and continues without sending a code. That means the API returns success, but no email is sent. This happens anytime the email already exists in Cognito, even if your local DB is fresh. Oh, that is the case. Yes, that is the case, because that actually makes sense. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so that's actually crazy. So it was able to identify that because those emails did exist incognito. That's why you suddenly stop receiving the code. The user already existed incognito, so the sign-up flow silently skipped sending it. Oh my gosh, that is insane. It's able to know that? That's crazy. Let's see if the FBI cam is good. All right, yeah, it's good. Okay, so that is true. I fixed it so the code is resent, or the local user is marked verified if Cognito says they're already confirmed. Okay. Okay, so let's see. All right, let's try this again. Let's go. All right, we got 351 people watching, 416 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. The like goal is 500 likes. If we get to 750, we'll do a piano. We'll do a live piano performance. But we'll see. We'll get there if we get there. All right, BridgeMind apps. I will say the cold plunges do make you feel absolutely phenomenal. Like I am literally in there suffering. I mean, it's literally it's negative right now where I am, and my garage is absolutely freezing. But I mean, it just feels amazing when you come out of the cold plunge. It just feels great, to be honest. Okay, your account's been verified. Okay, so it's gonna redirect me to checkout session, which is perfect. So let's test this. Oh. All right, so this is gonna redirect me back. I think this is gonna work, to be honest. P&K Sounds, what's up, man? Let's go. Somebody asked, curious what your technical proficiency is in general. Also, is this gonna work? Oh my gosh, we got it, guys. Let's go. W's in the chat. Check this out. So we did fix that issue that we had. So now that I've refreshed this, there it is. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Okay, you can see here that the user ID is in here, the Stripe subscription ID, the Stripe customer ID, the status of the subscription, the price ID, everything that we need about a subscription is now properly in our local database, which is very, very important. So this is great. This is great. So now we're no longer getting those 403 errors, which is great as well. Test, it created a new project, so we can go to agents, create a test agent, test. The styling here is terrible, we'll fix it, but that's good. All right. Somebody asked what language am I using for the backend. I'm using Nest.js, so TypeScript. But this is perfect. Okay, so we can deploy all this. We've got a bunch to deploy. I want you to run npm run build and run the test suite, fix any failing errors in the build and in the test suite, and then I need you to deploy to the dev branch. All right, so let's launch a variety of agents. Let's launch the Opus 4.5, and then let's do BridgeMind UI. I need you to run npm run build, fix any build errors, and deploy to the dev branch. Thank you, Data Sherpa. Appreciate you, man, by the way. Data Sherpa, you are a bridge mod, so I'm going to actually mod you on here as well. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you. I'm going to make you a standard moderator. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Oh, okay, so yeah, so my technical background, so I went to Purdue University, and when I was a sophomore studying at Purdue University, I was studying finance as a business major. That's when, so I did start coding when I was in high school, so I started with Python when I was in high school, and I got super into development when I was a sophomore. I started programming pretty much every day. I learned through Codecademy, so I was studying finance. I want you to run npm run build and fix any build errors and then deploy to the dev branch. And that's how I started. And I did like full stack developer courses. I have like over 400 certifications on Codecademy. And that's how I got my baseline knowledge, because I do think that it's very important to have baseline knowledge as a vibe coder, because hey, at the end of the day, like, you are AI, like, AI is going to be able to do what you're able to do, right? So if you don't know what you're doing, then you're not going to be able to, like, do anything, right? Because you can't prompt correctly, you can't create a scalable infrastructure or scalable code base. You don't understand architecture, right, if you've never done anything before, right? But the thing is that that baseline knowledge gets amplified using AI, because, you know, let's say that, you have that baseline knowledge, you're going to get way further because you're going to be able to use AI to fill in a lot of the gaps. But the most important thing, that when you're vibe coding, when you're using AI, you have to make sure that you're learning along with the AI. So for example, you're reading what it's telling you, you understand what it's doing. It's very, very important that you do that, because if you don't, you're going to run into issues. Absolutely. So make sure that if you guys are vibe coding and you're kind of new to development, you know, it's okay. Just make sure that you're, you know, learning along with what's going on. BPC, let's go, man. Charbil said, I am also a business student that is also self-taught. I can relate a ton. Yeah. That's awesome, man. All right, so we are pushing these changes. There's a lot of tests that are going to need to be deployed here, but I think that once we deploy this, it should be good to go. For that cloud formation repo, I think we're good to go over there. Let's go check up on that Claude agent that was working here. Yes, this one is done. Yes, okay, perfect. Okay, I think we're good. So let's do BridgeMind cloud formation, and this could end up being an issue because it could reset our keys. I hope that it doesn't. I need you to deploy all changes to the dev branch. Miles, what's up, man? Shout out to Miles. Miles, I remember you, man. Miles, I think, Miles, you were the one. So early when I started streaming and stuff, like early on in the journey, I did have monetization for the channel turned on. I have since turned off monetization just because, like, I don't really want to be a content creator. I just don't want to be a content creator in general. But I, like, at the very start of the journey, maybe when I was like under 5,000 subs, I did have monetization turned on, and Miles, like, he basically did a donation of like over $100, and it, like, I'll never forget that. So shout out to you, man. Shout out to Miles. W Miles in the chat, guys. Try using Bun instead of NPM. It will save you a ton of time. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with NPM right now. I know that Bun is better in a lot of ways, but honestly, I'm just happy now with, you know, how things are. Charbel, let's go, man. What happened to ViewCreator? ViewCreator is generating revenue. It's over $1,000 MRR, and right now there's not a ton of work to do on it. I think that, you know, there's a couple things I'm doing off stream, but right now we are building out a suite of vibe coding tools with BridgeMind, and we're going to launch this. We have the Vibeathon coming up. There's a lot to be excited about. As with ViewCreator, we are going to be working on that on the stream again here soon. But right now, I'm really hyper-focused on this suite of vibe coding tools. But great question. I'll probably add a slash command because I do get that question a decent amount. So, all right, guys, let's knock out some push-ups, by the way. We've only done 185, so let's knock out a 40 bomb. If anybody hasn't done them with me, why not? Let's drop down. Let's drop down, and I'm going to drop a 40 bomb. You guys can maybe drop a 20 bomb, maybe a 50 bomb, whatever you guys can do. You know, you get better as you go. Let's get after it, guys. Let's knock them out. Let's go. 40 bomb. All right, we're up to 225. Let's knock out some pull-ups too. This agent's still working. It's updating our test suite, which is really important. So Let's go. You guys are cracking me up in the chat. Okay. Let me check this. All right, this is working. So dev infrastructure is being redeployed. I mean, once we have the dev infrastructure deployed, we'll be good to push to production. There's a couple things that we're gonna need in production, but I think that we could ship today. It just depends on how our dev infra is doing. Let's let this keep working. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Elon or Sam? I've never talked to them before. I don't know what they're talking about. Axel, what's up, man? Welcome. Okay, somebody said, have you tried using GD5.2 and Codex? Yeah. I mean, it can be good for some issues, for sure. It's not really my main, but... Okay. Let's check on this infra deployment. Let's go to GitHub real quick. For anybody wondering what I'm working on, I'm going to create a new command. Right now, we're building out tools for vibe coders. You can do a exclamation point revenue command if you want to learn about revenue. Okay, did this fail? Actions. So I can go to actions here. So it looks like this is, let me just make sure there's nothing sensitive. Okay, here's what we're looking at. It looks like this did fail. Okay, so here's why it failed. So the deploy SSM step failed in the deployment. Somebody asked, is there a reason I'm not using anti-gravity? Yeah, I don't think it's that good. Okay, so is this that we were working with here? I just deployed to dev and I got this error on this step. Would you review and figure out why this happened? I think that Safari is a good browser, right? I don't know. I'm definitely, I mean, Safari is definitely memory intensive. But I think it's the best. Or not Safari, I mean Chrome. Chrome is. No, I don't think so, Lone Wolf. Do I have an opinion on open code? Yeah, I think the open code is interesting. I think a lot of people can use it to access like free AI in a sense. You know, you can access through open code Zen, you can access some free models, which is great. I don't use it a ton personally. I'm on the standpoint of like, hey, if it's on the frontier, I'm probably going to be using it. That's always how I've approached vibe coding and software development in general, is that if I can get my hands on the best model and get an advantage in that way, then that's where I want to be. Okay, I am looking at my webhook here, and it doesn't look like here, let me show this to you guys. So I'm having an issue with this here because it's not letting me just like take this webhook and move it into production, which is annoying. They should have that. I don't know why they don't have that. So I'm gonna have to rebuild this webhook in production. We're gonna get ready to ship. I think that we can ship production today. It's number 8. These are not 14 issues. This is like here, we can go to that if you want. Let's see what it is. Yeah. No. Refresh, no issues. Okay, go to Stripe. Yeah, I'm listening to the same music that's playing on stream, yes. Okay, so I am going to have to configure this webhook. So I'm on Stripe on my monitor right here. I can't show this on stream because it's sensitive, but maybe I can show some of it. I'm gonna try and show as much as I can, okay? So I have this webhook here, okay? And this is my webhook, and I'm gonna do edit destination, and this is where you can see basically the endpoint URL as well as the different events, right? So all I have to do, I'm gonna make sure this isn't sensitive, but I'm gonna create a new webhook. So I'm gonna do the same events that we have here. I'm just gonna move this to my other monitor. Also, guys, let's do a quick sub check. Where are we at? We're at 36,852 subscribers. The goal for today is 37,000. I know that we can hit it, guys. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, join the Discord. I'm gonna drop a command in the chat. But if you haven't joined the Discord, BridgeMind is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. So make sure you join and get involved that way if you haven't already. So let's go here. So I do need to search up some destinations. So the first one is Stripe checkout complete. Oh shoot, I just moved that one. Stripe checkout. Checkout completed. Oops. Okay, so checkout. All right, checkout section completed is an event that we're gonna need. We're also gonna need customer subscription created. And for anybody that is familiar with Stripe checkout sessions, pretty much what this is hey, when any of these events happen, right? Like for example, customer subscription created, what's gonna happen is it's gonna fire an event, and I'm gonna have an endpoint that accepts these events and is able to make changes to my database based off of what those events actually are. So deleted is in here, updated is also in here. Trial will end is also in here. Also, we have some invoice events. We have invoice created. Actually, no, we do not. We have invoice. We can probably improve this a lot, actually. All right, invoice upcoming. We also have invoice payment underscore failed and succeeded. All right, and then we're gonna do a webhook endpoint, and that's fine. And then the endpoint for this is going to be our endpoint here. All right, there, that's it. So let me just make sure this doesn't expose anything, and we are good to go. So here's my endpoint, here's my new webhook, and yeah, here it is. That's all we had to do. So that is now set. Great work. I now need you to push these changes to the dev branch. Okay, somebody just asked how much money have I invested in this, or did you start from zero? I've invested $30,000 into the business just as in a capital infusion. This is my third startup, and from my perspective, with the experience that I have, it's like, hey, startups do take capital. So I put $30,000 into the company. From that $30,000, I've spent about $10,000, and then we've made about $38,000. So you know, right now we are in the green, and you know, with my last startup, we didn't have any revenue for the first 12 months. So in terms of how BridgeMind is going, I mean, to be this you know, only a couple months into a startup and to already have generated the amount of revenue that we have, I feel very, very happy with where we're at. Okay. So I did just push this. We'll see if it works. What was it? Was this? All right, 2,111 tests are passing. Perfect. Somebody just asked, how much do I spend on AI tools? I spend about $280 a month right now. It used to be more. Also, some people are asking for the playlist. Let me drop it in. Here you go. All right, I'm gonna need to set the webhook here. I need you to use the CLI, and I need you to set and update my webhook secret for the BridgeMind API dev task definition. It should be in SSM or Secrets Manager. Wherever it is, I need you to find the webhook secret for Stripe, and I need you to update it to this value. All right, you guys cannot see this, sorry. Let's check on these deployments to see how they're going. All right, this is deploying. All right, this one deployed 4 minutes ago. Looks like it did work. Interesting. All right, let's go here. Okay. Somebody asked, what do I use for voice? I use Whisperflow, but we do have a project called Bridge Voice that's gonna be releasing here soon. We're just like hyper focused on getting our infrastructure deployed. It's no easy feat. So, I mean, once we get the infra deployed, BridgeMind is effectively live, and we're good to go. All right, let's check out on the API and see if that's deploying well. Okay, it looks like it did deploy. All right, perfect. 6 minutes ago, that did deploy. What are these agents? What the heck? Describe a coding task to work on. That's interesting. Yeah, so somebody asked, how do I spend the $280? Yeah, so I spend $200 on Claude Code, and I spend $20 on ChatGPT, and technically, actually, it's only $220 now because of the cursor situation. So I only spend $220 a month, actually. So it keeps going down. Gamma models, I don't use them. I don't even know if I pronounced that right, so that's probably a telltale sign of the fact that I do not use those models. Okay, let me see. Yes, trigger a new deployment. Okay, so I'm gonna trigger a new deployment for the API so that environment variable updates respectively, but then I think honestly that we're good to go. We should be good for dev to be able to have that fully deployed, and then honestly I think that we can just ship production if that's all good. That's number 8 on the list today. Also, what are we doing? Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. I do not want to reveal that, but it's good. go, chat. 40 bomb. All right. We also do need to hit some pull-ups. We've only done 20 so far. All right, is this deployed yet? All right, it's deploying. So we should be good to test this here soon. Let's hit some pull-ups in the meantime. All right, we're at 30. Yeah, I think that is an old link. All right, somebody asked, Axel asked, what do you use for deployments? I'm using Vercel, and that's been working pretty good. It looks like you're doing it straight from GitHub. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, so I'm used to working with AWS, and I really like GitHub Actions. So, where'd it go? Here it is. It's like, for example, GitHub Actions is great for building CI/CD pipelines to your AWS infrastructure. How many push-ups did you start if you are now doing 40 per round? I think I started out with 50, but it goes down. Also, guys, we just did hit our like goal of 500 likes. Thank you so much. Let's go. Somebody said I'm having trouble publishing my app to test flight. Every time I open it on my phone, it crashes immediately. There's so many options that could be causing that. All right, that did update. Now, the question is that going to have impacted our secrets? If you guys remember, at the start of the stream, we were working on a very particular issue. That deployed successfully. I now want you to use the CLI to be able to review and confirm that the secrets were not overridden and that this change that we did actually worked. Somebody just asked me what's my major. So I dropped out of college my junior year to pursue entrepreneurship and startups full time. And basically, I do not have a degree, but I only have 7 credit hours left on a finance degree. So I'm pretty much right there. Let's do a quick sub check. Where we at? We're at 36,872. Let's go, guys. We can get to 37,000 is the goal for today. I think we can get there. All right, I want to check one more thing. I think we are good. Oh no. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So check this out, guys. So there is a little bit of an issue here. So it looks like it did override these here. These should not have had placeholders in them. That stinks. Okay, let me check. I'm pretty sure I have the, that's not good. Why did the price IDs all get overridden? P&K Sounds, let's go, man. Yeah, I think in terms of any people that are still hung up on, you know, the prior ways of development, I think that people need to understand that, you know, AI is the future of software development. It's very important that you accept this, because next couple model iterations are going to change everything. Okay, let's see what it said. So the Stripe price IDs got reset because of the order of deployments and how CloudFormation handles resource deletion. So deployment number 1 failed. I tried to change the resource type from AWS parameter to custom to CloudFormation directives. Okay. Alright, we'll update the price IDs. Alright, here's Pro. So Pro, $20 per month price ID. And then we'll also set the price ID for the yearly. It's $192. I want you to set these price IDs respectively and then update the service. Redeploy the service after you update the parameters here. All right, guys, we did hit our like goal, so let's set a new one. All right, I did say that we're gonna do piano at 750, so let's just do that. 750 likes equals piano. How much do I pay for Cursor? I used to be on the Ultra plan for Cursor. Cursor is an interesting one. It's different. All right, let me update the poll here in the chat. It's 750 likes. We're gonna do a live piano performance. So let me update the poll. Let me update the poll. No, just for everybody wondering, I don't monetize my YouTube and I don't sell a course, so I think everybody that watches has gotten to know me pretty well. All right, we're gonna be doing a live piano performance at 750 likes. Have you liked the video? Let's go, guys. Let's get to 750. We're at 529 right now. I know we can get there. As to this, I think that our dev infrastructure is ready. So let's go to the dev environment here. Let's get started and let's check it out. Let's see if we can get in here. All right, what's a lucky number? 7? kind of to be expected. Ah. I got this Coors issue. I need you to use the AWS CLI and update the infrastructure respectively to fix this so that I no longer get this issue, and then redeploy whatever resource you update respectively. I haven't made any money off of YouTube, actually. I don't monetize. Quick announcement for anybody that is curious. We do have the BridgeMind Vibe-a-thon coming up. It's a $5,000 event. First place gets $2,500. Second place, $1,500. Third place, $1,000. Top winners are going to be invited to the BridgeMind live stream to demo their products and discuss the future of agentic development and share their stories. So go check it out, BridgeMind.ai. Yeah, just a Coors issue. Lunar said you forgot to make no mistakes at the end or go to jail. That's always a good one. Somebody asked, why not monetize YouTube? I mean, I just don't really want to become a content creator. I don't think that monetizing has anything to necessarily do with content creation, but... hold on here. Oh, that is incorrect. I think this was a variable that was overridden with a placeholder because I was under the impression that allowed origins had already been updated in this way. So I think that this got reset when we did our redeployment of the dev infrastructure. Would you check and figure out what caused that to be reset? Review the CloudFormation repo and identify if this was a parameter that got reset. Wealth is said that he's new here. Where should I start? You should start with joining the BridgeMind community. Make sure you join the Discord. I'll drop another link to it in the chat. But this is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet right now. If you're not in it, I would highly suggest that you join. Okay, we're just waiting on a couple infra deployments here. Oh. Got it. Okay, so this was actually the allowed origins here. So this is actually a GitHub hard-coded variable. So I'm actually gonna have to go to GitHub here for that allowed origins variable. I mean, it's probably better to set all of this in GitHub. That's probably the best practice. I'm not really following that. Actions. Environments. So yeah, so check this out. So in GitHub, you have two environments, right? I actually don't have a staging environment just because I don't really want to, spend a ton on AWS infrastructure. It is expensive, so we're good to get started with a dev and a prod. Staging, in my opinion, isn't really needed at this stage. No pun intended. But for dev, we're gonna have this. Let me just make sure there's nothing sensitive with it. But for dev here, so kind of is. I think we're good. So yeah, so dev here. This is what we have. Hold on here. It's actually not set. Yeah, two environments are enough. Wait, where should this be? Okay, here's what I'm looking at. I don't see the allowed origins. So it uses hard every time the deploy ECS API runs, it resets allowed origins to this. Okay, help me understand where I need to set allowed origins. Does it need to be set in environment secrets or GitHub action secrets in the BridgeMind CloudFormation repo, or what do I need to do there? I just took a look in GitHub and I couldn't find that variable set, so maybe there's a fallback. How is it being set to localhost 3000 if I can't find the allowed origins secret being set to anything? All right, first of all, we did reset this, so we should be able to test it. We should be able to test it again. And that Coors issue should be gone. Maybe not. Great, now I got a 400. This is what I was worried about, because once you redeploy that CloudFormation, you're at a risk of resetting some of your environment variables, which I thought that we had fixed, and it was not. So I got a 400 error here when trying to sign up for an account. Would you use the CLI and review the BridgeMind API dev CloudWatch logs and figure out what caused this 400 error? Okay. Alright, so we're going to add in variables here. Allowed origins. Yes, copy this. Okay, I just set that allowed origins value for the dev environment. What would it be for the production environment now? Okay. All right, this is now set. Let me figure out why we got that 400 error. Okay, the reason that it failed is that the Cognito client secret parameter is missing. Okay, this is something that needs to be updated because we had this originally set and then we redeployed the CloudFormation repo, and what it did is it basically rolled back the variables that we had set. Would you look at BridgeMind CloudFormation and identify what needs to be updated to make sure that each time we deploy this, that this isn't getting reset? All right, how are our seeders doing? I want you to, hold on, let's launch a fresh instance here. I want you to review the database and review the logic associated with seeding. I then need you to create a new seeder so that we are able to seed skills and prompts that are system prompts that are created by admins. In order to do this, I need you to also seed a new user. The user should have this email. No. I probably need to do that off stream. Alright guys, let's do some push-ups. Let's get the energy going. Let's go. Alright, the deployment is nearly complete. Okay. It says that the 400 error should now be resolved. Let's see. And then we'll hit some push-ups. Alright. I got another 400 error. I want you to do the same thing. Figure out what's happening. Cams, what's up, man? Good to see you. You finally reached your goal of 3K MRI. Let's go, man. Congrats. It's awesome. All right. Let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. Alright, 30 bomb. Alright, we gotta hit some pull-ups too, but this is updating. That's please, let me check. Oh man. Alright, hold on, I have to check my infra real quick. Somebody asked how much do I spend daily. I have subscriptions, so I spend $220 a month. I mean, there's a task that's running from 14 days ago. That needs to be stopped. Alright, on here. Here is the free plan price ID. You can now update this respectively. Update the SSM parameter and then redeploy the service. All right, let's hit some pull-ups too, guys. Let's go. All right, let's go. We're up to 40 pull-ups. In for deployment. I knew that we were going to run into issues with that SSM getting reset. So it's frustrating that happened. Honestly, let's just send it. Let's deploy production. Let's go. You only live once. For production, what database is being used? Alright, T3 small. What is dev using? What is the instance class of dev? I do use local environment. Right now I'm deploying to dev. Okay. How much is a T3 small gonna be able to be suitable for production? Oh. Somebody asked volume up. What for the music? Also, guys, we are at 36,929. The goal, the sub goal for the day was 37,000. I think that we're gonna get it. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. Okay, I now want you to deploy to the main branch, which will kick off the production infrastructure. I mean, there's a couple issues that I still have. I don't know, they're holding me back a little bit from sending it. Let's see. Alright, it says that this is ready to go. Let's see. That's probably gonna be a 409, right? Oh, let's go, guys. It worked. Let's go. Alright, it's gonna launch a checkout session now. Let's go. Not Uruguay. Alright, redirect. We did have an issue where the web app was booting me back out, so we'll see if that is the case again. Yeah. Okay, do you guys see what's happening there? So that worked. But there is some sort of misconfiguration in the web app, so let me take a look now. Okay. Okay, I now need you to review what is happening. I did just sign up successfully, but I got redirected to the dev app, but then I got redirected immediately back out to this URL, and I need you to help me debug this and figure out why this is happening. The dev app is running in Amplify, and I need you to go look at the environment variables and figure out... Oh, I know what's causing this. It's the allowed origins. It's the allowed origins. This is happening because our allowed origins are not including the URL of the dev app. I want you to use the CLI to add this URL to the allowed origins and then to redeploy the dev API. You can go look at the Amplify dev server to see the URL that's being used for the dev web app. Yeah, so I'm getting redirected, and the reason that's happening is because in the allowed origins, it's a Coors error. So I'm gonna let that do its thing, but it's a Coors error. Also, guys, we're only 57 subs away from our sub goal. We're gonna hit 37,000. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much. This morning we had 36,590, so shout out to you guys. Let's keep it going. All right, so that's gonna work. Do you ever use Sonnet versus Opus? No, I think Opus is just so much better than Sonnet, and it's like faster. The only thing that you could say that Sonnet has over Opus is just the price difference, as well as the context window is much larger. But other than that, there's not really a huge reason to be using Sonnet over Opus. Okay, this one's working, but it's got some, some sensitive things over there, so. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. Bomb. Let's go. All right, up to 335. Thank you, Official Sapphire. Appreciate it, man. All right, let me check on this. All right. Alright, it did add that origin, which is good. You can see it right here. See this? So, all I had to do was add that, it's this one here, dev app. So it added that, that's why it redirected in the first place, because Yeah, it wasn't. There was a Coors issue. But the redirect is an off guard, so. Alright, the new task is running. Let me also add dev app to the Cognito callback. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, let's now see if that works. So let's go to sign in. What was it? It was like, where's my apps? What, like 17, right? Let's go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we are now into the web app. Here it is. It looks like the webhooks did not work. Because you can see that it's asking me to upgrade to Pro still. Yeah, if we get to 750 likes, I'll do a live piano performance. But here's the web app. We're finally in. I think that I can't do anything until I'm upgraded to Pro, but the issue is that I did upgrade, so the fact that I'm not getting this just means that the webhooks didn't work. So let me check to see if the webhooks, what happened with the webhooks. Dev API. Alright, they're all 403s. Alright, so here's what I'm seeing so you guys know what I'm looking at right now. Here's the issue at hand. So I'm getting 403 errors for all of this. Yeah, I do know how to code and I do know the logic behind it. Just so everybody's on the same page. Okay, so we are going 403s. Great, I now was able to get into the dev app. Now the issue that I was having is that I have found that the webhooks are throwing 403 errors. Would you review the screenshot here and identify why this is happening? You can check out the CloudWatch logs of the dev API in CloudWatch to figure out what's happening here. Okay. Yeah, so 403 means access denied. All right, I'm looking at some sensitive stuff right now, so I'll kind of tell you guys what's going on. Okay. Also, guys, we got 385 people watching. We are up to 646 likes. If we get to 750 likes, which it looks like we will, that's up to you guys. We will be doing a live piano performance. Let's go. It's not Coors. I do think it could be CSRF, yes. I do think it's CSRF. Oh, it also could be the web application firewall. Yeah. So the probably the most likely case here is that the web application firewall is blocking the any Stripe IPs. Yes, that is it. So yes, that is it. The web application firewall is configured to allow paths starting with webhook Stripe, but the actual API endpoint is Stripe webhooks. The path is reversed, so the web application firewall isn't matching Stripe webhooks correctly. So all we need to do is update that, and then we'll be able to retry this. Great work. I now need you to make sure that you update the CloudFormation code to update this so that it is the correct path in the CloudFormation project. Yep, so it's just an easy issue related to the web application firewall. Alright, so let's try this again. I'm going to be able to share my screen again so you guys can see what we're going to be doing. So we were getting these 403s, right? And the reason that we were getting these 403s is because we do have a web application firewall in front of our app, okay? So let's sign up again. We're going to sign up with this. Okay. Yeah, this isn't a firewall in local devs. This is our dev environment in AWS, okay? Okay. Okay, get this. Alright, email verified. It's going to launch the checkout session now. I haven't implemented Stripe. Does it have no testing account for dev? It does, yes. We're using the testing account right now. Well, that was a bug, but we'll worry about it later. All right, this time I didn't get the 403. She got a 400. So we did fix the web application firewall issue, but now I have another issue. Okay, you fixed the 403 issue, but now I'm getting a 400 error. What is causing this? Review the application code, review the CloudWatch logs, and pinpoint exactly what is causing this. Okay, hold on here. I need to get my secret key. Here is the signing secret of the webhook for reference. Somebody said use Claude instead of Gemini 3 Pro. I am using Claude right now. Okay, apparently the webhook signature is not matching, so that's an easy fix. What was in the webhook secret What was the webhook secret equal to before you updated it? What was it set to? Also, guys, we're at 670 likes. At 750 likes, we're going to do a live piano performance. Let's go. We're about to hit 37,000 subs. We're only 29 subscribers away, so if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We do want to find out what it was set to beforehand, but it looks like this will work. It was a 400. So we solved the web application firewall issue. Then we got a 400 issue that was related to the value of the secret. So I mean, I do want to ship production today. I think that if we can get this working and this runs, I mean, we might as well just ship production because there's no reason we shouldn't. It's ready. It was a placeholder, it looks like. Okay. Remember what the issue was with the CloudFormation project? Would you make sure that you update the CloudFormation project so that... Oh, we already did that. Okay, we're going to have to wait for this task definition to reload, and then we'll be good. Let's just wait for it, and let's knock out some push-ups while we wait. Let's go. All right, let's go, chat. 30 bomb. Let's hit some pull-ups too. Let's go. Okay. We're gonna be able to test this now. I think this is gonna work, chat. All right, we do have a bug on this page where this is not redirecting. On this sign up page, I am getting stuck on this here email verified. After I verify my email, it's not properly redirecting to the checkout session. Would you review the code and pinpoint exactly why this is happening and update respectively to fix this so it does do an automatic redirect? Yes, I do use AWS for that. It actually natively does it. It's very easy with Cognito. So that's an issue, but if we redirect, it's going to then, if we refresh, it's going to do that, so that's fine for now. We'll fix it. I don't think this holds us back from testing this issue. All right, please just give us the subscription. Let webhooks work. Let's go, chat. We got it. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Test. Let's freaking go, chat. Let's go. We got it. It's working. Let's go. Yeah, dog, I totally agree. My typing speed is 100 words per minute. Yeah, it's big. All right, so it works fully. Our infra is fully deployed. There's a couple things I definitely am going to need to do, like off stream, that are sensitive. I don't want to provision my production environment on stream. I'm gonna have to do that off stream. So that's another one of the reasons why today's stream is 4 hours instead of like 6 or 8. But this is working. So finally, thank goodness, guys. W's in the chat. It's huge. That's fantastic. Let's go. Okay, so now for example, like API keys here. Let's see if we can actually get the MCP working in dev. So the bridge MCP, that's what this is. Like on this projects list here, let's test this out to see if we can get the MCP working. So as you guys can see here, like here's just a test. It's just a test, okay? And there's a whole lot more to this, but just for simplicity, we're just gonna be seeing if we can get this configured, okay? I want you to review the API keys as it relates to setting up and configuring the bridge MCP. Review the MCP setup details on the front end here. It's this page here. There's just literally an MCP page. So let's go to dev.bridgemind.ai and let's go to MCP and okay, so the quick start, get bridge MCP running in your AI assistant in under 2 minutes. So Cursor, Claude Code, Codex, CLI, Claude Desktop, Windsurf. So let's try it with Cursor. I feel like Cursor is like a really easy UI to get it configured with. So let's try it in Cursor. I mean, that's all we need to do. So let me open up Cursor and generate an API real quick in BridgeMind and see if we can get this going. We're gonna do a test key here. And then we'll go over to Cursor here. It's Will said he got 2 new customers on his SaaS today. Let's get it. Let's go, man. Congrats. It's huge. All right, tools and MCPs. So I'm going to disable this BridgeMind MCP. And I'm going to add a custom one. And we're going to add this here. All right. Ooh. Is the MCP running properly? Hold on, we do need to ask Cursor a quick question here. Our MCP server, would you use the AWS CLI and evaluate where is the URL for our MCP server? Where's the URL that it's available at? So much sensitive information today, so I gotta do a lot off stream, but getting a lot done. All right, we got 40. What is it? 36 more likes, and we're gonna do a live piano performance. Let's go, guys. All right, hold up. WDN just dropped. The URL parameters allow for a deep link into Cursor, better UX. Yeah. Did you see? Yeah. So WDN picked up on that as well. So. Like this here with the URL. Let me check what WDN just dropped in, because we're gonna check. All right, also guys, we did just pass 37 subscribers, or not 37, but 37,000. Let's go. Let's see what WDN said. Thank you guys for 37,000 subs. That was the goal for today. Shout out to you guys. Let's go. But let me check WDN's comment here. Okay, so here's what he said. So it's this here. So these are just URLs. Check out the add to cursor buttons and add copy link addresses for context on any tool. I bet you could follow that pattern. That's actually a really good point. Is your point that, hold on. The URL parameters for a deep link into Cursor, better UX. Yes. I'm going to look at that. Let me check this Cursor agent that's running right here. Okay, this is getting the URL here. It should be dev MCP, yeah. My main point is the URL that deep links you to Cursor, like clicking add to Cursor on anything as opposed to copy and paste and adding. Okay, so let's like just see what. So if I, for example, if I want to add the GitHub MCP, let me just make sure that this doesn't do anything sensitive. When I click add, it shows this. Open Cursor, and then I open Cursor, and then yeah, then it adds it. It's a deep link. Yes. Okay, I see what this is. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at that off stream, WDan. Appreciate it, man, because that's gonna. I totally agree with you. That's a much better UI. Because rather than having to do it manually, it's just a little bit better user interface there. Yeah, so it's an HTTP server. Okay, it's this here. Would you update the front end page to make sure that you use this URL? And in the instructions for setting up the MCP, use this URL instead of what is currently in place. Update the front end page respectively because it is not correct. Okay. So in this page here, if we do localhost, we'll go to MCP. And it's going to update this here. All right, guys, we're 16 likes away from a live piano performance. Let's go. Sam Freeman, let's go, man. All right, so here it is. Is this really what it is? This is the URL? thought that it had a, is that correct? That it has it as a parameter? Is that correct, that it has it as the API key as a parameter? Review the MCP and review the API and confirm that this is correct. I don't know if this is correct. Yeah, so check this out, guys. So it's, this here, it's setting it as a parameter. I don't think that that's right. So let me just drop this in. All right, you guys can see this now. I'm not showing anything sensitive anymore. Here. So BridgeMind MCP, drop that in. And then we'll drop in the BridgeMind API because, you know, those API keys, they're in the auth guard, it needs to be set in a particular way. So I don't think that that is correct. Okay. Yeah. Authorization header, not a parameter. We'll see. Okay, BridgeMind API expects API keys in the authorization header. That's what I thought. Passing the API key as a query parameter has security concerns, yes. The issue is that most MCP clients can't set custom headers on SSE connections. The event source API in browsers doesn't support custom headers, and many MCP client implementations follow this pattern. Yeah, it's this here. Yeah. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like. So once I see it. Yes, there it is. I knew what it looked like. I didn't. Alright, hold on. Let me set this. Alright, there we go. And then I'm going to set the API key. Which is, where is it? Okay, got it. Okay. All right, so here's what we're looking at here. It says loading tools. Let's restart cursor real quick. Let's reload. Hold on, why is this not reloading window? All right, guys, we are only 2 likes away from a live piano performance. All right, here's what I'm looking at. So we do have this as, okay, it has an error. Let me see the output. Maybe. There was an error when connecting the MCP. Why did that happen? Review this here. Okay, we did just hit 750 likes. So we are going to be doing a live piano performance. Let's drop this into cursor real quick to see if we can get to the bottom of this. But in the meantime, I think it's fair to say let's hit a piano performance, guys. Let's go here. All right, let me find the music. Where is it playing? Here it is. All right, let's pause the music real quick, and let's move to this cam. And let me see here. All right, we're gonna do a live piano performance. Oh, there's probably an echo on that. Do this, and then okay, I think we're good. All right, guys, live piano performance. Let's go. We're going downstairs. I've been playing piano since I was, I think, 5 years old. Here's the POV. Let's go. All right, here is the setup. Got the piano. Let me pull up chat real quick, but I'm gonna get this set up as well and just make sure that we are good to go. Thank you guys for 750 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I think you guys can see me. I'm gonna pull up chat on my phone just to confirm. All right. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, yeah, we're definitely good. Okay, guys. All right, pan performance, let's go. We'll do something a little bit more relaxed. Sometimes it's not fun to freestyle, but we'll also do something that's a little bit more relaxed and just chill. All right, we'll do two songs today. All right. that's it for the piano performance. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for 750 likes, and thank you for 37,000 subs. We are going to be going to 100K. So this is only the beginning, guys. You know how it is. Nothing's going to stop us. We're going to keep moving forward, keep making progress. But that was the piano performance. But let's get back to grinding. We still have the MCP. We had some errors with our MCP. So let's get back to the grind. Let's see here. We do have this here, an error in our All right, yes, we have this error in our BridgeMind MCP, so we need to figure out what needs to be fixed. It looks like this has been... Okay, so this is... Okay, let's get the music back on real quick. All right, let's go. Thank you guys in the chat. Okay, let's get the music back on, and we'll get started. Okay, let's go here. Where's the music? Let me find it. Here it is. Found it. Okay, so what's going on here? There was an error when connected to the MCP. Why this happened? We'll review this here. And then we'll switch to Gemini 3 Pro, or honestly, maybe even Gemini 5.2 Codex will do okay here. We'll see. Somebody asked what songs did I play. So, like, the first song is like Juice WRLD, but what I like to do on piano is I like to just kind of like freestyle. So I'm not really like playing a song. Like the second song is just like kind of a melody that I have played before that I like, and it just, you know, I kind of just came up with it, and it's not really a song. It's just that like you get into a specific key when you're playing piano, and you can just kind of like freestyle a little bit. So sometimes I like to just jam out. So the first one is like a little, like technically it's in the key of Juice WRLD, so I'll kind of go a little bit along with Juice WRLD, and then I'll kind of just freestyle a little bit. So it's cool. Thank you, Nicoms. Okay, the logs show a repeated for... Okay, so we're getting that same 403 forbidden. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, isn't it? It's probably because there's no tokens that are set in my MCP. Let me check this. Oh. I don't think... Let me go to AWS real quick and see what's happening. Do I like Juice WRLD? I used to when I was, you know, when he was alive. And I was like in high school. Alright. Let's go to task definitions, clusters. Alright, so the bridge MCP is running. I'm assuming that maybe it just doesn't have any environment variables configured, so let's go to it and see. Create new revision. So... BridgeMind dev. Oh. Okay, I think I do see the issue. Alright, so we're gonna try this. I want you to use the BridgeMind AWS and access my AWS account through the AWS CLI. And I want you to take a look at the BridgeMind MCP dev task definition as well as the API task definition, and review the environment variables that are set in each, and get to the bottom of why this is throwing a 403 and why this is not working, as the MCP connection should be working correctly. Review, diagnose the bug and what is happening, and tell me what you found and what the cause of the bug actually is. Thanks, guys. All right, so this is a little bit, we're working with a lot of private keys. I think that I'll be able to get the production infra deployed tonight. This is gonna be a 4-hour stream, so what are we, we still got like 30 minutes left, but I do need to get the AWS, the production infra deployed. Ship production is on my goal list today, and it's probably gonna be something that I'm gonna do off stream. I do enjoy working on stream and hanging out with all you guys and, you know, doing the streams. But, you know, I have a huge passion for vibe coding and for building. And for me, sometimes, like, working off stream, you know, without all the eyes on me is actually like a little bit better and easier for me to focus rather than doing the streaming, if that makes sense. So I think I'm gonna do that off stream just so I can like really focus and lock in. You know, it's interesting. I think the perspective that I have is like when you're on stream, you've got so much going on at the same time. You know, you got chat going on over here. You're doing the cold plunges, you're doing the piano, and you're talking to people and you're explaining things. And you know, when it's just me, right, and I'm just grinding, it allows me to really focus in. And I think that's what I'm gonna do tonight, so that I can make sure that I actually get this production infrastructure deployed. So once we get the production infrastructure deployed, everything's running correctly. It's gonna make it a lot easier for us to be able to actually deploy and move forward with BridgeMind and all these different products that we're going to be working on. Remember that the Bridge MCP is like the main focus right now. This is what we should have it by the end of the stream. Right now we just have a 403, so it says it likely comes from an ALB or a proxy. Oh, yeah, it probably... you know what it is? It definitely is coming from the web application firewall. Yeah, it's definitely coming from the web application firewall because it's going to need the IP of that task definition of the tasks that are running in that service, because it's just going to block it automatically. Hold on, what did it find? Okay, Codex is terrible. Let's use Opus 4.5. Somebody asked what the Vibathon is. Yeah, the Vibathon is going to be taking place February 1st to February 14th. Let's check El Marina. How is this faring? Yeah, you can see here, Opus 4.5 is still like pretty far ahead. El Marina is now Arena. Oh wow, Arena.ai. They literally bought Arena.ai. That's insane. I think that it had something to do with the web application firewall, to be honest. Would you take a look at the web application firewall to see if maybe that has something to do with it? I think that that is a very likely culprit for what could be causing this issue. I do not max out my subscription limits constantly, no. Alright. Alright, there it is, yeah. Yeah. Alright, yeah, it's so, yeah, like I said, it's with the firewall. Okay, so here it found the issue. You guys can't really see what it's working on, just it's so sensitive with AWS Infra and, you know, secrets and stuff. So, found the issue. There's a web application firewall, a WAF with AWS Managed Rules Bot Control rule set attached to the ALB. This is blocking Cursor's MCP client request because it's being detected as a bot. Let me verify by checking the AWS logs. Okay. okay, I want you to use the ABS CLI and to update the web application firewall respectively to fix this. All right, cool. Perfect. All right. All right, so this MCP, this is working here. Why is this so zoomed in? Note that there are now over 40,000 community members. Update this accordingly. Alright. I've got a super sensitive issue that I'm working on with the web application firewall, so once that is fixed, we shouldn't be getting that 403. I mean, the fact that we got the 403 in the first place means that it was hitting that endpoint correctly, so that's actually a good thing. Once we fix that web application firewall, we should get that. Alright, it was updated successfully. Alright, it's testing the endpoint. Return 200. Let's go. Okay, it's working, guys. Alright, I can share my screen again. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Alright, so this is now working. The web application firewall has been updated and both endpoints are now working. So the big ask is, okay, once we now go over to our MCP servers, is this going to be connected? Let's see here. All right, this is the moment of truth here. Let's go. All right, it does say no tools, prompts, or resources. Great work. I now want you to use the BridgeMind MCP and tell me what tools you have access to using this MCP. It says no tools, prompts, or resources, but I think this should work. Let's see. Which web application firewall are you deploying? I use AWS, so just throw that in front of your load balancer. Somebody asked what program am I using for speech to text. I'm using WhisperFlow, but there is going to be a BridgeMind endorsed product coming out here soon called Bridge Voice that is going to be in our suite of vibe coding tools that we're going to be releasing. Yeah, I get the Tom Holland thing a lot. Oh my gosh, cursor. That should not be taking this long to do that. Okay, there we go. 10 tools. 10 tools. Let's go, chat. Let's go, guys. All right, so it says now 10 tools. I don't know why cursor is like bugging out on me right now, but it does say 10 tools. This is big. All right, let's switch to a different model. Let's try Composer 1. All right, this is just cursor having an issue. Oh, is the music off for you guys? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you for saying that. All right, so 10 tools, BridgeMind, 10 tools, 1 prompt enabled. Cursor is now, this is not a great time for Cursor to bug out on me. Okay, now I'm getting an error. All right, so what are the tools, for example? Well, I think it's best to just be able to show you, but we're now having this issue. Let's see if we can we configure this with, all right, all of a sudden, Cursor started to bug out on me. Let's try reloading. Oh, geez. All right, let's force quit Cursor. All right, back to the MCP. All right, BridgeMind loading tools. So initially it says no tools. Now it's, okay, 10 tools, 1 prompt enabled. There we go. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Let's go. All right. So check this out now, guys. All right. Great work. I now want you to... Hold on. Can I create a project? All right. I can only list projects. Okay. Hold on. Let's create a... We'll probably create... We'll add a create project for sure. But, all right. Let's go over here. That's actually huge. All right. Let's go over here. And, list my projects and tell me what projects there are that I'm working on. All right. What is the name of this project? Oh, it's test. Let's go. Great work. I now want you to review the security review. And for each security vulnerability found, I want you to create a specific task for that security vulnerability that has the instructions and knowledge that is needed to be able to complete the task. And then I'll just add the security review that we did earlier. There is a security review in here somewhere. Security. All right, security audit. I don't think it was even that one. Maybe it was this one here. Let's do this one. And then let's do what this does. Wow. All right, so it's creating a bunch of tasks, okay? All right, so these are the tasks, and now what we want to do is I do want to log in to BridgeMind here, and we're going to go over here. Okay. All right. What are the instructions and knowledge in this task? Composer is really fast. It did create that very, very quickly. Wow. So you can see that here are the instructions, and then here's the task knowledge, okay? So you can see here that it's able to provide the location of the issue that there is, and it's also able to prompt it with a system prompt, okay? Now, we do have, I already did piano, you missed it, you'll have to go back through. So this is huge. We do have this now fully working. I'm gonna have to push this up to production. But before that, I want to do that off stream. I think there is an issue with me. Hold on, let's go here. There's an issue in... Hold on. Okay, there's some DTO, there's some issue with the login route. Hold on here. When I am trying to log in, I am getting this error. What is causing this? Because I am entering the correct email and password. Review the logs and pinpoint exactly what is causing this. All right, perfect. Use the CLI to pinpoint exactly what's going on and then fix the error. Okay, so we do have the BridgeMind MCP fully working in development. So now we are ready to push this all up into production. I'm just going to do that off stream. Yeah, I am real. Very real. Yeah, that's huge to get this working. Alright, let's see what happened. I'm assuming it's a DTO related issue. The DTO validation is rejecting the request. Yes, that is the issue. Let's see what that issue actually is, though. Interesting. Yeah, I did see the GSD system. Yeah, I haven't tried it out personally. Have you tried it? Is it good? Oh, okay. There's an issue with our Cognito pool I need to add in. That's actually nice because I don't have to redeploy anything. Archimedes said this is very impressive. Great stuff here. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Somebody said, did web development, does it have a future in this AI world? Is there still a point to learn it in this time? Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing you can do is you can be a vibe coder. I think that that's the way that software development is headed. Is that the people that are going to be building stuff in the future are the ones that are going to be using AI in their workflows. So if you're going to be like, I wouldn't really be learning like syntax. I mean, you need to know what you're doing. You need to understand best practices and software development principles. But in terms of, you know, having to, you know, learn how to write code, I think that it's kind of on the way out a little bit. So, all right, we got in. Let's freaking go, chat. All right, so check this out, guys. So here's that test project. All right, so check this out. So this is the strength of the Bridge MCP, okay? So you can see here, it created all these tasks, okay? And here are the instructions. Here's the knowledge of each of these tasks. And we weren't using a very good model to be able to create these tasks. But what you can see is that we're now able to work with the MCP to be able to create these, okay? So watch this. Let's actually move these. Let's move these all to, let's move them to canceled. We're gonna move these to canceled real quick, okay? And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna work with a little bit of a better model, okay? So we're gonna work with, I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP, and I want you to review the security review here. And what I want you to do is I want you to update the code. Or hold on, sorry, I'm so distracted right now. All right. All right, here it is. All right. I want you to use the BridgeMind MCP, and I want you to review the security review here. Well, let's even do something completely new. I want you to review the BridgeMind web application. All right. And I want you to review the styling guide that you see for BridgeMind UI. And I want you to go through the BridgeMind web app, and I want you to create new tasks that are associated with the styling and the theme of this website. I want you to create new tasks for each different part of the website. For example, the modals that display when creating prompts or new skills or new agents. These modals need to be significantly improved. Right now, the spacing, the styling is not good. I need you to create new tasks in the test project that have the instructions and knowledge required to complete the task and update with best practices according to the theme. Okay, so for example, I can just create a bunch of new tasks. So rather than just working with one particular agent to be doing one thing, right? One very specific thing, we're going to be able to create a bunch of tasks using the BridgeMind MCP. And this is a agentic task management MCP, okay? So this can be with anything, right? Like, I think that agentic workflows are going further than just software development. So take, for example, like Remotion. If you guys have seen Remotion, check this out. Remotion here, make videos programmatically. So this, you can literally integrate with this using Claude Code. You can integrate it with Cursor. It does have an MCP, right? And potentially what I could be doing is I could be working with the Bridge MCP and working across a bunch of different agents, all act as the task, the agent orchestrator, creating a bunch of different tasks here. And then I'll just be working with the agents with these tasks, right? So I'll work with one agent that's going to be able to create the tasks based off of what I've requested, based it off of what my prompt actually is. But that's going to create a new system prompt and new knowledge based off of what I'm asking it to do, right? So these tasks are created by the agent. So it takes what I'm asking it that I want it to do, and then it's able to create the instructions and the knowledge needed. And then I can pass that off to another agent that's going to be able to actually work on that and get it done, rather than me like just telling it what I want and it getting, you know, sidetracked. To look at this. So it's now creating all these tasks, create task, create task, create task. And we're now going to be able to see the tasks that it creates, and it's going to have all the instructions and everything that we need there. Somebody said that music is too loud. I'll adjust it. Somebody said, I just started my first project with GSD. It asks dozens of questions before even planning the project. I think it's a completely different approach as the vibe coding style of BridgeMind. Yeah, I think that building and iterating can sometimes be a lot better. So this is now working with the Bridge MCP. Let's see what tasks it actually created. So let's refresh this real quick, and this is going to have populated the tasks. So here are the instructions. Here's the knowledge. Perfect. And for example, like, let's go over here and let's go over to the bridge space. Okay, so this is, let's pull this up here and hold on. What is this? This, okay, cool. All right, so let's run this project, okay? And this is bridge space, and this works natively with the BridgeMind MCP. So let's log in real quick. All right, so check this out. Oh, network error? Oh, because that's not, hold on, that's actually, we're not gonna be able to do that because it's in a completely different environment. Great work. Now I want you to work with the BridgeMind MCP and launch a sub-agent for each task that's in the to-do list. Launch one sub-agent for each task and have each sub-agent work on each task, and make sure that as you work on the task, make sure you update the status of that task. All right, so let's see what this does. Connection error. All right, perfect. All right, I'll first get all the tasks from the project, then launch sub-agents for each one. All right, there are 16 tasks in total. Here are all the tasks, and then it's going to launch sub-agents for each task. Let's go, chat. This is so sick. And this is working with the BridgeMind MCP, so let's go. Let's go. Wow. All right, so hopefully I will get this pushed to production by tomorrow, and we'll be able to have this launched tomorrow. The Vibathon is coming up. When is the first? When is that? Come on, let's see here. All right, hold on. Okay, so on, what is it? February 1st is Sunday. So Sunday is the kickoff for the event. That's when submissions are going to open, but the event spans from February 1st to February 14th. You guys can go check it out at BridgeMind.ai. But here are all of our sub-agents running. Huge win for us. Bridge MCP launched in dev. Perfect. Batch 1 complete. Nice. So you can see that's moving them to in progress and then in review. But guys, I'm going to have to now move this to production, and I need to deploy this to production. So I'm going to end the stream here for today so that I can get this all pushed up. There's a bunch of security. A lot of the stream today I was working with, you know, a lot that was in product. Like I was working a lot in AWS. So I was working on my second monitor a lot today. But just to kind of summarize, we now have this fully deployed in dev. The Bridge MCP is working and fully functional in dev. And today was a win. I'm going to get this production infrastructure deployed. And by tomorrow, we are going to have BridgeMind.ai fully live. And we'll go from there. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's keep on grinding. Let's just keep it going, guys. Make progress every day. And I will see you guys in the future.